Share. Copy your link and share it. 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 Share. Copy your link and share it.
My favorite thing about EdTechLIVE is PD in your PJs. I have a master's degree in educational technology, but I still attend every session. I really enjoy it and I love the presenters.
Hi, did you know that you can change the language in Schoology? It's as simple as this. Go to Schoology, scroll all the way down until you get to language. Right now it's in English. When you click on English, you can see the different languages that you can choose. This is a great way to translate the information in Schoology.
Welcome to EdTechLIVE. We are happy that you are here. I'm Ryan, and this is Tamara.
We'd like to take a moment to welcome you to today's event and give you a little information about what to expect.
New sessions start each hour, and you can stay for the whole event or just watch the sessions that you're interested in seeing. There is a 10 to 15-minute break between each session where you can enter your attendance credit or take care of personal needs. During the live event, you also have 2 sessions to choose from each hour. After the live event, you can watch any of the other sessions on your own time.
During each session, the host will give you a link and a secret code to jot down. This will be the link that you use to access the attendance forms, and you will enter the code into the form. You can keep this form open throughout the event in a separate tab because you'll have to do this for each session. You can still earn attendance credit even if you're watching after the live event. However, you must submit by midnight tomorrow.
Within an hour of submitting your attendance, you should be receiving a response receipt. If you do not receive this email, please resubmit the attendance form and double check to ensure that your email is typed correctly.
We, along with the entire EdTech team, would like to thank you for joining us today and enjoy your session. It will be starting soon. If you don't have a monitor and you would like to split your screen, the steps are simple. Simply click the Windows button and the left and right arrow on your keyboard. You can also go up and down if you so choose. I'm going to do that now. I can repeat the process on the other window and I've split my screen. Sometimes you get the option to be able to choose. I've split my screen to the right and now I need to tell them what I would like to put on the left. Those are the steps of splitting your screen on a Windows device.
I love EdTechLIVE because it's a great way to learn new things all in the comfort of your own home.
Welcome to EdTechLIVE. We are happy that you are here. I'm Ryan, and this is Tamara.
We'd like to take a moment to welcome you to today's event and give you a little information about what to expect.
New sessions start each hour, and you can stay for the whole event or just watch the sessions that you're interested in seeing. There is a 10 to 15 minute break between each session where you can enter your attendance credit or take care of personal needs. During the live event, you also have 2 sessions to choose from each hour. After the live event, you can watch any of the other sessions on your own time.
During each session, the host will give you a link and a secret code to jot down. This will be the link that you use to access the attendance forms, and you will enter the code into the form. You can keep this form open throughout the event in a separate tab because you'll have to do this for each session. You can still earn attendance credit even if you're watching after the live event. However, you must submit by midnight tomorrow.
Within an hour of submitting your attendance, you should be receiving a response receipt. If you do not receive this email, please resubmit the attendance form and double check to ensure that your email is typed correctly.
We, along with the entire EdTech team, would like to thank you for joining us today and enjoy your session. It will be starting soon. If you want to share a clip of a YouTube video, you can do that without sharing the entire video. To do that, find your video, click on the clip icon underneath the video, add a description, you can move your sliders to where you want your clip to exist. You even have the timestamp up here if you know what the exact timestamps are. Then click share. Copy your link and share it.
My favorite thing about EdTechLIVE is PD in your PJs. I have a master's degree in educational technology, but I still attend every session. I really enjoy it and I love the presenters.
Hi, did you know that you can change the language in Schoology? It's as simple as this. Go to Schoology, scroll all the way down until you get to language. Right now it's in English. When you click on English, you can see the different languages that you can choose. This is a great way to translate the information in Schoology.
Welcome to EdTechLIVE. We are happy that you are here. I'm Ryan, and this is Tamara.
We'd like to take a moment to welcome you to today's event and give you a little information about what to expect.
New sessions start each hour, and you can stay for the whole event or just watch the sessions that you're interested in seeing. There is a 10 to 15 minute break between each session where you can enter your attendance credit or take care of personal needs. During the live event, you also have 2 sessions to choose from each hour. After the live event, you can watch any of the other sessions on your own time.
During each session, the host will give you a link and a secret code to jot down. This will be the link that you use to access the attendance forms, and you will enter the code into the form. You can keep this form open throughout the event in a separate tab because you'll have to do this for each session. You can still earn attendance credit even if you're watching after the event. However, you must submit by midnight tomorrow.
Within an hour of submitting your attendance, you should be receiving a response receipt. If you do not receive this email, please resubmit the attendance form and double check to ensure that your email is typed correctly.
We, along with the entire EdTech team, would like to thank you for joining us today and enjoy your session. It will be starting soon. If you don't have a monitor and you would like to split your screen, the steps are simple. Simply click the Windows button and the left and right arrow on your keyboard. You can also go up and down if you so choose. I'm going to do that now. I can repeat the process on the other window and I've split my screen. Sometimes you get the option to be able to choose. I've split my screen to the right and now I need to tell them what I would like to put on the left. Those are the steps of splitting your screen on a Windows device.
love EdTechLIVE because it's a great way to learn new things all in the comfort of your own home.
Welcome to EdTechLIVE. We are happy that you are here. I'm Ryan, and this is Tamara.
We'd like to take a moment to welcome you to today's event and give you a little information about what to expect.
New sessions start each hour, and you can stay for the whole event or just watch the sessions that you're interested in seeing. There is a 10 to 15 minute break between each session where you can enter your attendance credit or take care of personal needs. During the live event, you also have 2 sessions to choose from each hour. After the live event, you can watch any of the other sessions on your own time.
During each session, the host will give you a link and a secret code to jot down. This will be the link that you use to access the attendance forms, and you will enter the code into the form. You can keep this form open throughout the event in a separate tab because you'll have to do this for each session. You can still earn attendance credit even if you're watching after the live event. However, you must submit by midnight tomorrow.
Within an hour of submitting your attendance, you should be receiving a response receipt. If you do not receive this email, please resubmit the attendance form and double check to ensure that your email is typed correctly.
We, along with the entire EdTech team, would like to thank you for joining us today and enjoy your session. It will be starting soon. If you want to share a clip of a YouTube video, you can do that without sharing the entire video. To do that, find your video, click on the clip icon underneath the video, add a description, you can move your sliders to where you want your clip to exist. You even have the timestamp up here if you know what the exact timestamps are. Then click share. Copy your link and share it.
My favorite thing about EdTechLIVE is PD in your PJs. I have a master's degree in educational technology, but I still attend every session. I really enjoy it and I love the presenters.
Hi, did you know that you can change the language in Schoology? It's as simple as this. Go to Schoology, scroll all the way down until you get to language. Right now it's in English. When you click on English, you can see the different languages that you can choose. This is a great way to translate the information in Schoology.
Welcome to EdTechLIVE. We are happy that you are here. I'm Ryan, and this is Tamara.
We'd like to take a moment to welcome you to today's event and give you a little information about what to expect.
New sessions start each hour, and you can stay for the whole event or just watch the sessions that you're interested in seeing. There is a 10 to 15 minute break between each session where you can enter your attendance credit or take care of personal needs. During the live event, you also have 2 sessions to choose from each hour. After the live event, you can watch any of the other sessions on your own time.
During each session, the host will give you a link and a secret code to jot down. This will be the link that you use to access the attendance forms, and you will enter the code into the form. You can keep this form open throughout the event in a separate tab because you'll have to do this for each session. You can still earn attendance credit even if you're watching after the live event. However, you must submit by midnight tomorrow.
Within an hour of submitting your attendance, you should be receiving a response receipt. If you do not receive this email, please resubmit the attendance form and double check to ensure that your email is typed correctly.
We, along with the entire EdTech team, would like to thank you for joining us today and enjoy your session. It will be starting soon. If you don't have a monitor and you would like to split your screen, the steps are simple. Simply click the Windows button and the left and right arrow on your keyboard. You can also go up and down if you so choose. I'm going to do that now. I can repeat the process on the other window and have split my screen. Sometimes you get the option to be able to choose. I've split my screen to the right and now I need to tell them what I would like to put on the left. Those are the steps of splitting your screen on a Windows device.
I love EdTechLIVE because it's a great way to learn new things all in the comfort of your own home.
Welcome to EdTechLIVE. We are happy that you are here. I'm Ryan, and this is Tamara.
We'd like to take a moment to welcome you to today's event and give you a little information about what to expect.
New sessions start each hour, and you can stay for the whole event or just watch the sessions that you're interested in seeing. There is a 10 to 15 minute break between each session where you can enter your attendance credit or take care of personal needs. During the live event, you also have 2 sessions to choose from each hour. After the live event, you can watch any of the other sessions on your own time.
During each session, the host will give you a link and a secret code to jot down. This will be the link that you use to access the attendance forms, and you will enter the code into the form. You can keep this form open throughout the event in a separate tab because you'll have to do this for each session. You can still earn attendance credit even if you're watching after the live event. However, you must submit by midnight tomorrow.
Within an hour of submitting your attendance, you should be receiving a response receipt. If you do not receive this email, please resubmit the attendance form and double check to ensure that your email is typed correctly.
We, along with the entire EdTech team, would like to thank you for joining us today and enjoy your session. It will be starting soon. If you want to share a clip of a YouTube video, you can do that without sharing the entire video. To do that, find your video, click on the clip icon underneath the video, add a description, you can move your sliders to where you want your clip to exist. You even have the timestamp up here if you know what the exact timestamps are. Then click share. Copy your link and share it.
My favorite thing about EdTechLIVE is PD in your PJs. I have a master's degree in educational technology, but I still attend every session. I really enjoy it and I love the presenters.
Hi, did you know that you can change the language in Schoology? It's as simple as this. Go to Schoology, scroll all the way down until you get to language. Right now it's in English. When you click on English, you can see the different languages that you can choose. This is a great way to translate the information in Schoology.
Welcome to EdTechLIVE. We are happy that you are here. I'm Ryan, and this is Tamara.
We'd like to take a moment to welcome you to today's event and give you a little information about what to expect.
New sessions start each hour, and you can stay for the whole event or just watch the sessions that you're interested in seeing. There is a 10 to 15-minute break between each session where you can enter your attendance credit or take care of personal needs. During the live event, you also have 2 sessions to choose from each hour. After the live event, you can watch any of the other sessions on your own time.
During each session, the host will give you a link and a secret code to jot down. This will be the link that you use to access the attendance forms, and you will enter the code into the form. You can keep this form open throughout the event in a separate tab because you'll have to do this for each session. You can still earn attendance credit even if you're watching after the live event. However, you must submit by midnight tomorrow.
Within an hour of submitting your attendance, you should be receiving a response receipt. If you do not receive this email, please resubmit the attendance form and double check to ensure that your email is typed correctly.
We, along with the entire EdTech team, would like to thank you for joining us today and enjoy your session. It will be starting soon.
Do that before stop sharing.
Yep, and there you go. We're live.
And good morning, everyone. Welcome to SciFair EdTech Live. I'm Connie Wood, and with me is Danielle Hames. We're on the SciFair EdTech team, and we're going to be the host today for Channel B.
And we're super excited that you're here. And this event is a lot of fun because you have 2 channels that you can choose from. So you are here with us in Channel B, but you can always pop over to Channel A and watch some amazing sessions that are happening there as well. So remember, you will have 4 live sessions that you can choose to attend in each room. So as you go out through your day, you can choose to watch whichever one you choose. We will be posting attendance links during the sessions, and you will need to submit that attendance. As you're watching your sessions, you will hear or you will see a code. You will need that code to submit in your attendance form. So please make sure that you're paying attention and getting that code. We will not be posting the code in the chat, and please, participants, do not post the code in the chat. Okay, you'll have to scrub back and check it out if you miss it, but you will need that code to submit. If you are in district SciFair, you want to make sure you are submitting on the in district form. And if you are out of district, you submit on the out of district form. If you are in district and you accidentally submit on the out of district form, you need to go back and submit on the in district. We are only accepting SciFair people from the in district form. But we're super excited that you're here. And remember, you can always go back to that main website and choose which session you'd like to attend.
Great. And if you guys are not following the SciFair EdTech team on Twitter, you need to be doing that. It's at SciFair EdTech. And we'll be putting that in the chat a little bit later. And the hashtag for our event is hashtag CFISD EdTech Live, all one word. So please be chatting out all the things that you're learning today and be, having fun with us. It's not just learning, we're all having fun today.
Yes, and we love seeing what you are learning because we don't get to see what's happening on Channel A. So we like watching Twitter and seeing what's happening. But before we get started, let me show you a couple little tips that might help you as you go through your day today. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Okay, hold on a second. All right, so hopefully you are seeing YouTube. This is the YouTube that all of you are in here with us now. And we're just going to show you some of the different ways that you can kind of manage your day today. So on YouTube, you have the ability to scrub backwards. So you can just click and drag that. If you miss something and you want to hear it again, you can always click and drag backwards. You can also click and drag forwards if you miss some and you want to catch up. Down here at the bottom, you have closed captions. So if you want to turn on closed captions, you can turn those on. You also have a settings button right here. the settings button will allow you to change your playback speed. So it's defaulted to normal, but if you're like Tammy and you like to listen to things super fast, you can change that to 2% or 1.75, or you can slow it down if people are talking too fast. So that's right here underneath of your settings wheel, and you'll just go to playback speed. Okay, the last thing we want to show you is you do have a mini player where if you click this, it's going to put YouTube really, really small in the bottom corner. But another thing you could do is you can totally split your screen. So to do that, on a Windows device, you will pull up, click the Windows button and then your arrows. And then you can choose to put one on one side and one on the other side. So it's the Windows key and then your arrows. And then I'm going to show you just very quickly what that looks like. So if you split your screen, you will have two screens and you can move one to one side, and then you could have your other one over here on the other side. So hopefully that'll help you as we go through our day today. And remember to chat. We'll be in there posting all of the links and hoping to interact with you. So hopefully these tips will help you as we get started today.
Wow, Danielle, thank you so much. I really think that's going to help get everybody going because we hadn't had it in a while. So we're really glad to be back. Well, let's go ahead and kick off our first session. It is from Amy Kyle, and she is joining us all the way from the UK. And she's living in Manchester where it's 3 o'clock her time. So she's been up for a little bit longer than the rest of us. She also works for Wakelet as a community manager where she supports educators on how to use Wakelet effectively. And what we'd like to do now is welcome Amy Kyle to EdTechLIVE.
All right, sorry. We had a little bit of technical difficulties, but we think we're good now. So Amy, are you there, ready to join us?
There she is.
Hello.
Wow,
Don't
Amy,
worry there.
thank you so much for
Hi.
joining us. We'll be seeing
Thank you so much. Hi. Yeah, I'm really excited to be here. Thank you so much for inviting me to speak to your EdTechLIVE. Really looking forward to this and sharing Wakelet with you all. So thank you so much. Okay, so I believe I'm good to go. I am Amy, as Connie told you. I work on the community team here at Wakelet. So it's my role to look after our fantastic community of educators and ensuring that they are getting the most out of Wakelet. So yes, as Connie said, I am here in Manchester in the UK. That is where Wakelet is based. So I'm going to show you all today about how you can use Wakelet. So I'm just going to jump on, I'm going to close that down and share my screen. Hopefully you can all see this. And like I said, I'm just going to run through what Wakelet is for those of you who are completely new to Wakelet. So Wakelet is a completely free platform. It allows you and your students to save down, organize, share, present content from all across the web. If you haven't done so already, you can go to wakelet.com. You can create an account absolutely free and sign up and create your account there, and it will allow you to do all of the things that I'm about to show you. So Wakelet came about by identifying this problem where, particularly for educators, you have so many different resources from lots of different places, lots of different channels, and not really a place to save them down in a really clear and visual way, particularly for yourself and for your students as well. So here's a document. I'm sure you've received emails like this with documents, just links, and sometimes they're highlighted blue. That's about as creative as they get. And what Wakelet allows you to do is transform those boring, dull, and contextualized links into what we call collections. And by pulling those links through, it gives you a little bit more context. It gives you information on what you're going to click on, and you can do so much more. You can really build around those resources and links, and it allows you to share them out really easily then with your students and with your colleagues. So 3 really important things to remember. I did mention, but Wakelet is completely free for yourself to sign up and for your students as well. It's unlimited, so there's no limits to the amount of bookmarks that you can save down, the amount of collections that you can have, items, anything you like, you can save that all down. You're not going to hit a certain limit and it boot you off or anything like that. You can have as much content on there as you like. And then last but certainly not least, it is safe as well. So it's safe for you to use with your students. It's really important that you're able to use it in your school, in your district. So we're GDPR, COPPA, FERPA, CSPC, New York Ed Law 2D compliant, SOPA. And if you have any particular needs in your district agreements, our team are always willing to and happy to look over those, just to make sure there's no blocks for you to be able to use Wakelet in your classroom and for yourselves and for your students as well. So I kind of like to give an overview of what Wakelet is and just break it down into 4 simple steps. Kind of when you understand the 4 steps, you understand Wakelet. So firstly, like I mentioned before, you can save absolutely anything, articles, blogs, podcasts. If you like me, you love a podcast, you can save those down. You can bookmark absolutely anything. And they provide you with contextualized links that you can then build into what we call collections. So with those bookmarks, you can organize, curate those links into collections. You can add imagery, you can add video, you can add anything you like to just make it a lot more engaging for yourself and for your students as well. Thirdly, you can collaborate. So we'll touch on this later as well. You can actually invite others to collaborate with you on your collections. So it means that you can create kind of living, breathing space for yourself and your students. This is great for your colleagues as well. They can work together and work on these spaces and these collections with you to kind of build a really powerful resource hub or resource collection that you can share out with students, with colleagues, friends, family, whoever you'd like. And then you can also present and share. So I'll actually show you how you can share your content as well. It's super easy. We know with a lot of the tools that you're already using, it's really important that you're able to share easily and work Wakelet in with a lot of your tools that you're already using as well. So we have made it easy with the integrations we have for you to share that. And you can also even present with Wakelet as well. I will be doing a lot of my presentation, and some of the resources that I'll be sharing will all be in a nice collection for you. So you'll be able to see how that looks if you did want to use that to present. But there's different layouts, and depending on what you want to create, you can create some fantastic collections, that will serve the purpose of what you want to and how you want to deliver that content. And then I just want to touch on some of the learning outcomes that you'll get when you use Wakelet. So like I said, it's a quick and easy way to capture and share learning resources. It creates a visual and engaging learning environment for you and your students. So rather than just having documents and links and emails that you'll easily lose and put aside, or your students will lose, it enable them to save it down and see it really visually. It enables you to streamline your curriculum, empower 21st century skills for your students with the new student classrooms that we have built in, and you can create safe and secure student accounts, which I'll touch on a little bit later on in more detail. But with those, you can actually have your students using Wakelet with you as well, and curating and really putting those 21st century skills to the test as well. It's great for collaboration. I've got some great examples of some group collaboration done by students. Really awesome for their, it's great for their research projects and presentations, anything like that. It's really good for them to be able to collaborate on there. And it's a fun way for you to improve student engagement and performance as well. Because it is so visual, because it is engaging, it allows them to really get involved and see what you have there for them, and they interact with it so much more, rather than it just being a sort of boring link or something like that. So what I want to do is I actually want to show you through the platform a little bit. And for those of you who are new to Wakelet, you'll be able to see exactly how Wakelet works. So if you do have an account, you'll be very familiar with this space right here. But this is your home area. So if you haven't done so already, at wakelet.com, you can sign up. And this is kind of the page that you'll be greeted with. You won't have as many collections just yet. However, you can start building those up quite quickly. And this is where all of your collections live. Whether they are private, unlisted, or public, they all live in this home area that you have. And this is where you go to create your first collection as well. So I mentioned there that you can have private, unlisted, or public collections. So all of your collections by default are private. But what you can do is you can change them. If you do want to share them out, you can change them to unlisted, meaning that only the people who are going to be using or viewing that collection, who'd like to view that collection, will be able to see that with the link that you share. Or you can actually make them public. So with your public collections, they would appear on your public profile. And you can access this a couple of ways. You can click on your name here, just your @ or even just a little icon just here. But if you jump into your public profile, this is where all of your public collections are. And it kind of creates a little microsite. We have educators using these as resource hubs that they can push out multiple collections at once as well, multiple resources. You can edit that and design that how you want to. You can add your socials. Portfolios is a great one. We have a lot of students and educators using it as their school portfolios or even professional portfolios. So you can really design and have a lot of fun with this once you've started building collections and you're happy for them to be public and you want to maybe share lots of collections out at once. You can put those to public and they'll be on your public profile. As you see, I need a little bit of a tidy up on mine. I'm doing some tests on that one. But yes, it's really easy to do and you can share it out just with the link, or there's just a couple of share options, but I won't jump ahead just to that bit just yet. But I'm going to jump back to my home area and I want to really quickly just show you how easy it is to get started and create collections. So when you want to create your first collection, maybe you're putting together some resources for a particular lesson that you're teaching. It'll kind of prompt you for a title first. And because Wakelet is so versatile, it can be literally on anything you like. Like I said, if you're starting by just saving down resources, you know, maybe you are attending sessions and you want to put all your resources in one place, you can start simply with that. Maybe you want to create a newsletter or you want to create a lesson plan. I've got some great examples that I'm going to show you in a moment as well. But this can be literally on anything you want. Now I'm feeling it's springtime over here and it's started to get a little bit sunny. We're known for having a lot of rain in Manchester, but we have actually had a few days of sun, which is really nice. So it's put me in the mood for a bit of a springtime theme. So I'm going to do mine on spring animals and it'll also prompt you for a little bit of a description. Now, this can be as long or short as you like. I use it sometimes to just, deliver a little bit of instruction. So if I'm sending this out to a student, I can say, hi class, please review the below ahead of class on Monday. So I can send this out. I want to send this out to my students for them to review all of these resources and just get a little ahead of class on Monday. But this can be, like I said, anything you like. You can use it just to sum up your collection or even just a little bit of a note for yourself as well. Anything you like there. Now, it is a little bit of a blank canvas and then you can start getting really creative with it. So you'll see in this little icon just here, this little paint palette, you've got your layout options. Now, depending on what you want to create is kind of what layout you'd want to use. They all are kind of fit for different purposes. Media view is a really nice streamlined way of, showcasing that content. Really great for lesson plans and newsletters, kind of like a step-by-step delivery of content. Compact is similar, but it kind of condenses those links, especially if you've got lots of resources all in one place. It helps condense it, makes it a little bit easier to scroll. Grid view is a really fun one for like comparative pieces. If you wanted to do some text in a video or even have your students join and add a bit of text next to a video or something like that as a comparative view, they can do so that way. Mood board, one of my favorites. I kind of see it as just throwing in lots of ideas. Really good for resources if you're, not too worried about how they are on the page and you just want, I use them for recipes. So it's really good for throwing in kind of all of those. It still looks really visual on the page and I can just kind of scroll through at my leisure and have a little look through and look back at those resources. And I kind of put them all into one place. Really nice for vision boards and things as well. And then last but certainly not least, one of our latest is the column layout. really good for organizing your content within a collection. So it means that you can have multiple columns, good for collaboration, and also good for sort of displaying lots of different types of content. I've seen it used in lots of different ways. If you've got, you know, certain types of tools that you're using, maybe you want them all in one collection, and resources for each of those tools in one after the other. And it's completely unlimited to how many columns that you can have as well. So you can build it up. I've actually got an example of examples to show you, and that highlights that really well, so I will in a moment. But for now, I'm gonna stick to media view because it's a nice sort of streamlined way of delivering that. And I'm gonna add a cover image. So you've got a couple of options here. You can upload an image, use a Giphy, we love a Giphy, or you can choose from the Unsplash library. So this gives you loads of copyright-free images that you can use. It brings up all kinds of images here that you can select. And so that gives you a cover image there. And if ever you want to go back and change that, you can do. You can even make that a little bit half screen or full there. But I want the full image on that one. But you can have a play around with all of these options. You can even add a background. You've just got the two options for this one, but you can upload an image or just type in here what your topic is, and you can just grab an image and a background. So already, before even adding in any content, you've got such a more visual page to look at, and something that your students are absolutely going to love. And also contextualize in that visual way. You kind of already know what this collection is going to be about as well. So it's kind of fit for what you're going to do that in. So I'm just going to run through some of these options as well, and just show you how easy it is to start adding content down. So I've got a couple of links just that I want to highlight and show you how you can just add content to your collection, how it works. So I've got Springwatch over here. We love a bit of Springwatch, BBC, and I'm just going to grab that link from the URL there, and I'm just going to paste that in here. And what that does, it pulls through the link, it pulls through a title, the source and where that's come from, a little bit of a description, and even an image as well there. So you've got all of that context just by simply copying and pasting, and it works with all kinds of links. I've even got a tweet here, really cute little bunny, and I'm going to copy that link just on here as well, and I'm going to paste that in. And the great thing about this is it will kind of appear how it would on the original site as well. So you've got a really nice multimedia look on the page as well, which I really love. And it's just as easy as that. And whilst I am showing you adding content down just like that as well, if you've got Wakelet and you haven't done so already, or if you're new to Wakelet, a great way to start building up your bookmarks, building up the content that you have, is to download the browser extension. Now, I've got a little browser extension just here, the tool. Once you've downloaded it, it'll be this little W just here on here. And what that allows you to do is it means that you don't have to have Wakelet open when you're saving content down. So if I'm just browsing, I'm looking for new resources, I'm putting together something that maybe, you know, looking at things that I want to put down later, what I can do is click on that W, and I can actually select from here what collection I want to put that in, or even just save it to my bookmarks if I wanted to. I can even save it to different spaces and different areas that I have. It just makes it super easy to start adding content down without even being on Wakelet at all. So if I jump back to here, like I said, it is as easy as copying and pasting in links, or even popping them from the browser there as well. And there's so many different options. I won't go through all of them, but you can add text, you can add images. So say you've got some infographics or something like that you've already got saved down, and you want to add a little worksheet in there, you can add that down. PDFs again, if you want to add some PDFs down, you can. And then you've got the little bookmark item there. So any bookmarks that you have saved down, like I just did with this one here, I can add that then to my collection really easily. And then last but certainly not least, we have all of these integrations, which again make it super easy to add content from lots of different places. So you can hook up the accounts that you already have with any of these platforms, and you can pull content in. I really love the Twitter feature because I can search through hashtag. So we have our Wakelet Wave. I can search the hashtag there, and it will bring up all of the different tweets that mention that hashtag, and it means you can kind of bulk upload them. So if you're documenting all of the resources that are shared on Twitter today at EdTechLIVE, you know, pop the hashtag in there and you'll be able to bring up all of those. And what it will allow you to do also is select them in bulk as well. So this is really good for like conference creation, or if you're doing events like this, you can just load and pull up all of these tweets, and it allows you to just pull them all through. You can simply just select one by one if you wanted to as well. It's entirely up to you, but that just allows you to pull through lots of different tweets. There's so many awesome resources shared on Twitter, so you can pull those through on there. Flipgrid video, absolutely love it. If you don't have a Flipgrid account, that's fine. You can connect through your Wakelet account and set it up via that as well. But that allows you to do like shorts cameras. So you can film up to 10 minutes, but you can have as many as you like within your collection. Really great for students. If you're doing like a feedback piece, or you want your students to create something in Flipgrid, you can pop those straight into your collection as well. YouTube. Again, so if you just wanted to type in your topic choice just there, I can pull those through. I can select them multiple times and pull those through. One thing I really love also about YouTube videos in Wakelet is that they will play within your collection. So you don't have to worry about jumping out and jumping back in. It will play, and it also removes those ads as well. So this is what I meant by, like, if you're doing a presentation, really handy, because you can just have this playing and you don't have to worry about those ads popping up. Or if you're sending it to a student and you don't want them distracted by sort of recommends and things like that on there as well. And then again, same with Google Drive, OneDrive. If you have documents already saved down, you have your slides, you have any notes or anything like that, you can just save them straight to your Wakelet collection. So Wakelet allows you to combine all of the resources that you already have, existing and new, and put them all into one place and share those out really easily and really visually as well. And it's as simple as that, just saving down resources, and for whatever purpose you need, you'll be able to create it within a Wakelet collection. We also have the Adobe one there as well. So again, Adobe lovers there, you can upload all of your Adobe creations there as well. So many different things to tie it all in. And then once you have created your collection, you can edit it, you can change things around. You'll notice I can add content wherever I like within a collection. I can also change and edit anything I want. So if I hover over any piece of content, I can edit it. I can change the image. Maybe I don't like the one it's pulled through. I can add a little bit more content. So maybe I can put a little, read this first. Please read this first. Finish thing. So I can add a little bit more context, especially if you're doing like a lesson plan and you're sending this to students to work through. You'll be able to send this out, and they'll be able to follow it step by step. You can also move anything up to the top or anything like that, and change it around how you want that to present on the page. And then when you have actually created your collection, you can then share it out really easily. So if you notice, I've got a little blue share button just in the corner. And with that, like I said, by default, your collection is private, but then I can change that to either unlisted, or I can share that to public. So if I wanted to just share this out with a few colleagues or some students, I could change that to unlisted. And then I can grab this link, copy that link, and just send it out to whoever I want to be able to view this content. And they don't need to actually sign up to Wakelet to be able to view that. So you don't have to worry about your students having to create an account or colleagues having to create an account to be able to view the content that you're creating there as well. You can also really easily share it out to any of these functions that you have here as well. So if you're using Teams, Classrooms, you can even edit into your LMS. So if you're using it in your LMS just here, you can actually save it down just easily in that way as well. So again, so many different ways in which you can share this out and have others actually view the content that you've put together for them as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump back to a collection that I've put together for you and just showcase some of the examples that I have. So I've put together a collection, which I will be sharing with Connie and Danielle, and they'll be able to share this out so you can take this away with you. The slides that I shared earlier, I've popped them in there for you. I've even put a little getting started on Wakelet collection as well. I love seeing a collection in a collection because it's kind of like a folder system. So I'm a big fan of that. So I've actually put a getting started on Wakelet, and that's a really great collection, particularly if you want to work through it on your own time. There's some really helpful videos in there and things to get you started. But I've just got a couple of examples just to show you how it's being used, particularly to save down resources and things like that. So this is really Wakelet kind of in a nutshell of being able to just save down resources and easily share. So this teacher has put together a history profile. They've put together a whole profile. But what you'll see is this is made up of lots of individual collections, and each having a collection full of really interesting and important resources that then they can share out with students, with colleagues to use as well. So this is what Wakelet allows you to do, having all of this content in one place that they can all access. And because, like I said, they don't need to sign up, the educator can simply just grab this link, share it out to whoever they'd like to, and they'll be able to view all of this content. And the great thing about something like this is they can keep adding to it as well. That link's not going to change unless you wanted it to. So you can just keep adding to this, keep building up all of these resources that you have here. And that link's not going to change. You don't have to keep sharing it, resharing it or anything like that. You'll be able to just share it really easily and keep building on something like this. So I love that this sort of encapsulates how to get started on Wakelet, because, in its simplest form, it allows you to put all of your resources down really visually in one place there as well. I've also got Tisha, one of Tisha's lesson plans, and she will be speaking next. So I can't wait to tune into that one as well. But yes, this student leadership lesson plan, and I absolutely love this example. And it really made sense for me how this could benefit a teacher using it with their students, and also how it would really enhance student choice and really allow them to work their way through lessons at their own pace. Just put together this collection, and it has their learning goals in there, so they've used the text there. It's got some links in here as well. And what I really love about this is she's incorporated the different tools and things like that, like Flipgrid. They can do a reflection piece on here, and they can just work through this at their own pace. They don't have to, they can start anywhere in this, and there's really clear instruction about what they need to do. Got a personality quiz in here as well. So it gives the students choice of what they want to do. They can either access that through Flipgrid link, or they can use different tools here. You've got Bronte and things like that built into it. You've got assessment pieces here as well. Other resources and videos that they can look through and to help form their own pieces of work. But it's a really nice way to be able to set that out. Makes really good for sub plans as well. So if you're not going to be in lesson, you want to do something like this to give to a sub that they can then deliver to your class. It's a great way for you to have all of those resources and deliver it that way as well. But there's so many different ways in which you can use it and do something like this. But I just think it's a really powerful way to deliver that lesson. It's a really nice step-by-step, clear way of delivering that content as well. And then just another example, slightly similar to the history, but in a different way. So these are all parent resources. So you could even put together a profile like this that you could send home. If you're, sending this out to students' parents, they don't have to log in or create an account or anything like this. They could just have this page that you've put together, and these are all resources that then they can easily access at any time. If you, send them an email and say, the students are going to be working on, virtual field trips this week, they'll be able to see in relation to what you're referring to, and you can just keep building on this. You've got so many cool resources that they can use at home with their students, but it's a great way for you to deliver that content to them as well. And then I just wanted to mention as well newsletters as well, because Brandy, I've put this link in here so you can just have a little look through her profile as well, because she's a kindergarten teacher. She puts together some fantastic collections, and she uses this as a kind of her everything to deliver all kinds of content. She's got to meet the teacher. So she does this at the start of the year as well. They all have access to this, and she can, like I said, keep building on it. Classroom expectations, things like that. But one of the things I absolutely love is the way she does her newsletters. And again, she uses these to deliver information back home as well. So it's a really nice way to enhance that student or school and home communication as well. So because she can really put a personal touch with Flipgrid videos, she can put their goals in there as well. And so the parents know exactly what they should be doing when they're doing it. And it gives them a breakdown of what they're going to be doing throughout the week. And it's a really nice way to get that content across. They've also got videos in here that they can get do outside of school as well, so that parents can access these and be able to do them. She's put her assignments with Google Docs in here as well, even edited it there just to put when it's due by. So again, complete transparency for the parents, and they know exactly what their students need to be doing and when they need to be doing it for. So it's a really nice way to deliver that content. Like I said, it's easy as sending out a link, and they can just access all of this content really easily as well. So yeah, I love this because it also shows just the array of different kind of media that you can put into a collection. You've got images, you've got videos, you've got text, you've got, it's certainly not dull to look at, and you can certainly put in all of your different learning links and things like that as well. So one thing I also wanted to touch on, I've included the Wakelet examples one. This is the one I was referring to. So this can look a bit overwhelming to start with. So I've I won't go through it all, but this is a great example of using columns. But go through it at your own time. Maybe you'll find your category. So what we've done with different examples of Wakelet collections is we've split them into different categories using the column layout. So this is columns all across. You've got lesson plans, you've got newsletters, portfolios, anything you like, you'll be able to find it in here. We've even broken it down into different grades as well. I say Elle on the team, she's fantastic. She has put this together through all of the different examples that we're shown by educators using Wakelet and part of the community. So it's really cool that we have these to even show you. But something like this is a way to organize columns. And like I said, it does go on. You can see so many different kinds, and you can have as many columns as you like. But this is a really great one, especially if you're looking for a little bit of inspiration. I've put that in there so you can sort of work your way and at your own leisure, have a little look. We've even got through job title or something like that. So lots of different examples in there for you to check out in your own time as well. And then one thing I touched on earlier and I wanted to speak about is using Wakelet to collaborate as well. So Wakelet allows you to actually invite others to work on your collections with you, whether that's colleagues or other students. You can actually allow them to join in. And I'm going to just show you how that works in Wakelet just really quickly. So if I wanted to actually invite others to join this collection, I'd go back to the share options just here, but rather than the share, I'd go to the invite collaborators. And that will give me a slightly different link. You'll see it's got an invite code built into it. And so I can send that out to whoever I want to join this collection, and they'll be able to join again without having to sign in or sign up or anything like that. They can join kind of anonymously if it's just for a class discussion or a class research project or something like that. They can just simply join that link and they'll be able to actually add content to your collection. So again, it makes it super easy to do something collaboratively in class. It makes it really engaging. You can do like class discussions or gather ideas or on a topic or even like a book review or something like that. You can share that out and they'll be able to join that. We've also got the code. You can also reset at any time. So if you didn't want them to be joining it anymore, maybe you've set an assignment and the assignment deadline's been met, you can actually reset that link and code at any time and you can stop the collaboration there as well. There's a few little things that you can do with your collaborators as well. So if you have invited, say, a colleague to actually join that collection and you're happy for them to have editing rights, because as a student or whoever you're inviting, by default, they can only add content. They cannot change anything that's already there or, change any other work. They can only edit their own. So if you want them to be able to have those permissions, they'll be able to there as well. So it's as easy as going to that share option just there and going to invite collaborators, and they'll be able to join in there as well. And I've put a little video and that kind of breaks down that process for you. So you can go back and have a look through that as well. But a really great example of this is the student presentation. The teacher invited these students to work on one collection together, and they actually use this to then present all their findings and use this in a presentation. So this had, I think, 4 students working in it, and they were able to work on it all in one place, add their own content, and then bring it all together in one. They've even got their videos there. They've each individually done videos. They've got infographics that they've pulled through, and they've been able to put in some text and actually use their own words and things like that as well, and give it a more reflective piece. So many ways that you could use this. It can be just for an individual student to do something as a research project, but this is a really nice way of students working together to pull all of their ideas in one, and then actually being able to clearly present that and share that out afterward as well. So I really like that highlights one of the ways you can actually use it with your students without actually getting them to sign up. However, if you did want to allow them to actually have a Wakelet account of their own, you can do so. So we do have student accounts set up, and this allows them to actually use Wakelet in a very similar way that you do, but you do have full transparency and overview of what they are doing. So if you wanted to set them up with an account, you can go to this classrooms icon here, and you can actually set up your classrooms, create a classroom. You can do so through either, it's on the wrong one there. You can create a classroom, not create a collection, create a class, and actually connect it through. So this had a little bit of a switch around. Just recently, we had a little revamp of the navigation, things like this. So it's looking a lot more streamlined and easy for you to share collections to them. But you can use Google Classroom, Microsoft, or Clever to connect them through. You can choose what features they have access to. We know that some have been blocked in certain districts and things like that. So it makes it super easy to make sure that they're only able to use the ones that your district are happy for them to do so. And once you've pulled them through, it sets them up with classrooms. And you'll be able to see those along the side here. I've just got the one here, but you'll be able to see all of them, and you'll be able to share your collections with them. You'll be able to put templates in place for them to work from, and you'll even be able to have full transparency of what they've created. So it's a secure account. They don't have a public facing account. It is just for your eyes only and the admins and whoever you'd like that to have access to that. But it is a private profile. They wouldn't be able to make anything public, but they can use collections and create collections in a very similar way that you can. And it just means that it's all in one place for you as well. If you've asked them to do a research project, you'll be able to just go into your class, select the student you want to go and see, and then you'll be able to pull up all of that content that they've put together, and the assignment that they've done as well. So again, I've included a little link in there as well, just around sort of student accounts. And if you have any questions on that, please feel free to reach out. One of the ways that students particularly are using Wakelet is to create portfolios. And I wanted to bring Abby's up here just to showcase, I mean, this is a public one. If they're 13 or over and you're happy for them to do so, they can have a public account, and they can have a full Wakelet account. And this is what Abby has done. And her teacher started off with the Student Ambassador project program that we have at Wakelet. She started by just building a few collections, and now she has a full profile, a full portfolio that she uses and updates. So as you can see, it's absolutely gorgeous in the way that she's designed it. She's got her student ambassador collections that she's done, but she's really keen into her graphics, so it looks fantastic. And what she can do is then she's got her CV, the All About Me collection just here, and her CV. She's got her individual certificates. If you're anyone like me, I wish I did something like this, because when you have to dig them out years later, you might not have kept hold of them all. So having a digital copy of them would be amazing. So she's able to build those up, extracurriculum things, contact socials, and even mini portfolios on the things that she's created. So any of her, she's really into video editing, any of her ads and campaigns that she's done as part of projects, she's put them all in there. And how powerful is that to then go to a college application or submit a college application that not only says what you're able to do, but actually showcases it as well. You know, she's able to actually show the work that she's done. And this is going to, you know, really benefit her for jobs and things like that in the future as well, because she can actually showcase her talents and not just write it in a CV. So it's a really nice way for her to be able to pop that all into one place there as well. She's got her graphics and things like that. So there's lots of ways in which you can use that with your students, or your students, I should say, can then use that as well. So I also wanted to share the templates option, because I think this is really powerful. It's a really great way for you to be able to, if you're just starting out, it's a really great way to get started by looking at the templates that we have, because with Wakelet, you can actually make copies of collections and you can save those down, and you'll be able to save them out should you want to, and reuse them. This really comes in handy for doing something like newsletters, or if you're doing lesson plans and you want to stick to a similar, or you don't want to have to do the whole thing again, you can actually just make copies of it. And we've actually built a templates page, which I've put in here so you can have a little look through, and you can actually make a copy of these at any time. So if you're not quite sure on how to get started with a lesson plan, what I can do is I can go here and actually copy that collection, and that will then save into my own account, and I'll be able to, in my own home area, I should say, and you'll be able to actually make changes to that. It won't affect any of the, existing things that are on here. That will be my own copy. And it's a really good way to, make sure you're not duplicating efforts or anything like that. And what I've actually done, so this is the templates page. Feel free to have a little look through this. There's so many in here, some provided by our community as well. So it's a really good place to get started if you are, and have a little bit of inspiration in there as well. And again, it just sets the foundations for something that you may want to start to create as well. And then I've actually put one together. So what I'd love for you to do, and once you have this collection, if you already signed up to Wakelet, you'll be able to just do so straight away. If you don't, sign up to Wakelet, and you'll be able to copy down this PD curation template. And so all of the things you're going to learn throughout the rest of the day, in the rest of the sessions, what you can do is make a copy of this, go to that 3 dots, copy your collection, and you can start putting your notes in here as well. So any links that are shared, if you can have the session title in here, you can put any links that are shared, you can put some notes down. So if you're taking any notes, any resources, it's just a great way, you're taking in lots of different information. It's a great way to be able to document that and then look back at it later on. I've seen some fantastic ones on conferences because, it's all amazing and you're taking in so much information. But sometimes it's easy to forget all of the things that you've learned and all of the things that you actually really loved, or how it's worded, or even, the particular resources. So you don't want to miss those. So you can just easily go back to this, add them along the way, and just save those down as well as you go. So this is just a template. Of course, you can create your own if you wanted to. Add some notes. Like I said, all you need to do is make a copy of it, copy that down into your collection, into your home area even. And what you'll be able to do is then add to that collection. So I'll be able to just have this as my own. I can make a few notes. So if I wanted to add a session title, or I could add some text in here, I can make this exactly how I want to. So this is then yours to keep and to keep adding to it as well. So I'd love for you to do that. I'd love to see them as well. So if you are then sharing it out, please send it over to us or share it on Twitter. We'd love to see it. And I'd be happy to send out some Wakelet swag as well for you for any completed curation templates there as well. So a bit of incentive there as well. But yeah, I'd love to see those created. It'd be really cool. So it's a really great way, like I said. Yes, yeah.
We hate to interrupt you because I know everyone's learning so much, but we need to put up your attendance code.
Of course.
And we have a few questions for you, so we're going to put those in the chat for you while everybody is taking care of their attendance, and then you'll be able to wrap up. But we want to go ahead and get the attendance going and get those questions to you. Okay?
Of course, yes. I'm going to stop and I'll jump back.
All right.
Okay, so Amy, while they're sharing, you keep referencing a link. Is there a link we need to share with them so they can access your presentation?
Yeah, so I'll pop the link in the chat just now.
Okay.
You should be able to see that one. If you're not, let me know. But yeah, if you share that one out, and everyone will just be able to see all of the resources that I shared and grab that collection as well. But yeah, happy to answer any questions that have come through also.
Okay. So the only real questions that we saw was someone asked if students could write on content. Like, is there a way that they can actually annotate inside of Wakelet?
So you can add text, or so if you're inviting them to collaborate, great question, by the way. If you're inviting them to add to your collection, what they can do is add a text box and put a little bit of a feedback piece in there. We don't have like an annotation option just yet, but what you can do is, if you're happy for them to edit, they can actually edit any of the items in there. But what I would recommend for that is just simply allowing them to collaborate on your collection, and they can add a piece of text in. They can put their name and then their comments on that. So it's almost like a way of commenting on the items rather than sort of annotating them as a through. But a great idea, and we're always looking for fantastic feedback and ideas like that. So if there's any others, let me know.
Okay, perfect. And then the only other thing was, can you add students to a collection?
Yes. So if you're wanting them to add to your collection, you can invite them using the invite code. So if you go to that share option, you'll see the share or you'll see invite collaborators. You can invite them by using that invite code or the link, or even sharing it to Teams or Classrooms, and they'll be able to join via that link and actually join the collection. If you do want them to have a Wakelet account, if you want them to have a student account, you can set them up in Classrooms, which I showed, and then they'll have their own Wakelet account created through Google Classroom, Microsoft, or Clever, and you can share collections directly to their classroom, and they'll be able to access those that way as well.
All right,
perfect.
Thank you. So just a reminder for everyone, we have put the links for the attendance in the chat. So if you are in district, make sure you are using the in district link. Out of district, use the out of district link, and you'll need to put that secret code in there. So you need to write down that secret code if you want to fill in all your forms later. You will have until Sunday at midnight to put your attendance in. So you don't need to rush and do it now. Just take note of that code, and then we can continue on. I think we're good.
Well, thank you, Amy, and you can go ahead and finish up, but we needed to get that done. So go ahead and finish.
Not at all. Thank you so much. And yeah, any other questions? I'm literally just rounding up now. So if there's any for you at the end, that's absolutely fine. I just wanted to share just the last couple of things. And like I said, if you've got that link now, you'll be able to have a little look through these. But we do, I'm a community manager. We do have a community of educators on Wakelet. It's a fantastic program to get involved in if you're not already. All of the ideas that I share, I wouldn't have without our fantastic community. They're super supportive, and we do have kind of like a tier. So it's really great for professional development and your learning along the way, particularly with Wakelet, but also connecting with other educators out there as well. So I've put the link to the community in there as well. We do also have a certified course. So if you want to sort of go through a little bit like what I've showed you, but kind of just go into it with more detail, and become Wakelet certified, I do recommend this. It's also just a great, I'll just click on it just to show you. It's also a great resource just for referring back to as well. So if you're ever not sure how to collaborate, you can just pop back, and we've got loads of resources and videos just that explain the process on there as well. So it's a really good resource to have if you don't want to take the test, but also if you want to refer back to it. And then last but not least, I hope you've enjoyed the session. Please feel free to reach out if you ever have any questions. I've put my Twitter in there as well. And we do also have a help center with lots of resources that you can refer to as well. But if ever you have any question, I help out on the support side as well. So please feel free to reach out to myself or the team, community@wakelet.com, or reach out to me on Twitter. Always happy to answer any questions, or jump on and if you're not quite sure how you want to, or if you can do something on Wakelet, just let me know. I'm always happy to answer those questions. But yeah, I'm going to jump back and see if there's any just final questions, but that's me.
So do we have any more?
No, actually, I think that everyone is really loving the session. They enjoyed it. And I don't see any new questions. You answered the ones that we had. Someone's saying it says page not found on the link that you sent us. It says it's private.
Oh, let me just make sure I've updated that. Rookie error there. Yes, that's why. It's because I haven't changed that. Let me just share that again for you all. And I'll put the long link just in case as well. So that's a good one to learn. If you're sharing out a collection, make sure you change it from private to unlisted, because you may do what I did and not.
Well, you did that on purpose, just so.
Yes, it was a teaching moment for myself and everyone.
Yes, but we love that portfolio example. I mean, Connie and I were talking like we should start that now, for my own children and for their grandchildren, just kind of starting gathering things so that everything's in one place, because you're absolutely right. It's like, where did I put that? And then you're trying to find it. So if it's all in one location, it makes it so much easier. So thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah, it's certainly something. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, no, it's certainly something I wish I'd done. Because like I said, when you're asked later on, for even university, college applications and things like that, to bring all of those together, instead of going up in the attic and fishing all of those out, you have them there to showcase. And I think it's so much more powerful being able to say, rather than just say, oh, I play an instrument, here's a video of me actually being able to do that, you know? So it's a really powerful way to really showcase yourself, and it's in a really professional way.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. And for everyone, the link is working now. So just go ahead and refresh or click on that link again, and you should be able to access Amy's amazing Wakelet collection.
Thank you so much.
Right.
Yes. And just to reiterate, if you have any questions at all, like I said, all of my details are in there as well. And you'll find lots of resources. So please feel free to reach out if you ever had any Wakelet questions as well.
I'm sorry, Amy, you thought you were finished, but you're not. We're wondering if someone's saying, can you walk through how to add this collection to their own collection? So like if they just got yours, how could they add that to their collection?
Yeah, of course. That's a great question. So if you've just followed the link and you've got this one here, what I'll do is I'll copy it and sort of put it in a, do you know what? I'll put it in a private window. No, because I'll have to log in again. Okay, but if you're logged into Wakelet, what you should be able to do is you'll be able to follow this link, and because it's going to pick up what mine is, but I'll do it with another collection actually. So what I'll be able to do is I could copy the collection, but I could also like bookmark it. So this is a really great one if you've had like full collections being shared just like that one. So I can bookmark it, save it to my bookmarks, and that will be then in my bookmarks section just here. And so I can refer to that later on. So I'm saving down the whole collection, and I'm being able to sort of bookmark that and reference it later on. What you can also do is say you wanted a piece of that content from the collection saved down into another, you can bookmark individual items as well. So if you're maybe using the PD curation template and you want to save down one of the items that I have in there, you can just simply grab the link just by bookmarking and saving down that one as well. So if you save that, you can then save it into my PD curation. So that's how you would save down the whole entire collection. Just save it to your bookmarks. But you can also just save down individual links as well. But yeah, no, great question.
Perfect. Well, thank you. That was really helpful to show that. And I bet you some people are adding it right this second. So thank you so much for sharing that and for spending your time with us this morning.
Yes, it was amazing. Thank you, Amy. All right. Well,
it's been a lot of fun. Thank you so much for having me. I know you've got some fantastic sessions lined up. So everyone enjoy.
All right.
yes.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye, everyone. Bye.
We want to go ahead and remind you too that, there's a lot going on today. Danielle and I are in room B, but we have room A going on as well. And you can just share the links to sessions in the chat. Or you can find them in there. And thank you for attending this session. The next session starting in about on the hour. And you can return to the website to view the next session's options. And I think Danielle's put the link in there.
I just pasted it in there.
Yay. Yeah. And while, you can go take a little break real quick because we won't be starting till 10. But we do encourage you to keep on tweeting out like Amy. Hers is Amy_@Amy_Wakelet. And you can find tons of information about that. So make sure that you're taking a picture of yourself on your computer learning with us and shout out on Twitter the hashtag is #EdTechLIVE.
CFISD EdTechLIVE.
Yeah,
both.
CFISD EdTechLIVE. And if you're not following us already, at Sci-Fair EdTech. So we're going to go ahead and let you have a little break and watch the commercials. Remember, in the commercials, if you don't need to get up, you're going to find all kind of other things to learn. So tech tips and all sorts of things. So if you just feel like sitting, just watch.
Yeah, and our next session starts at 10 o'clock and we'll be with Shannon Gillpatrick learning about ClassFlow. So if you would
Awesome.
like to join us or jump back to that website that I posted in the chat and you can check out what's happening on channel A. So we'll see you back at 10 o'clock.
Reordering your courses in Schoology is really straightforward. So first on the red bar, I'm going to click on Courses and then My Courses, and then the gray Reorder Courses button. This will show you the order of all of your courses currently, and anything you want to reorder to bring it up further, you can just simply drag and drop and it will go in that order when you click the X. So now when you go into Courses, you'll see the new order for all of your courses.
Welcome to EdTechLIVE. We're happy that you're here today. I'm Tamara, and this is Ryan.
We would like to take a moment and welcome you to today's event and give you a little information about what to expect.
New sessions start every hour, and you can stay for the whole event or just watch the sessions you're interested in seeing. There is a 10 to 15 minute break between each session where you can enter your attendance credit or take care of personal needs. During the live event, you also have 2 sessions each hour to choose from. After the live event, you can watch any of the other sessions on your own time.
During each session, the host will give you a link and a secret code to jot down. This will be the link you use to access the attendance forms, and you will enter the code onto the form. You can keep this form open throughout the event in a separate tab because you will have to do this for each session. You can still earn attendance credit if you are watching after the live event. However, you must submit by midnight tomorrow.
Within an hour of submitting your attendance, you should be receiving a response receipt. If you do not receive this email, please resubmit the attendance form and double check to make sure your email address is typed correctly.
We, along with our whole EdTech team, want to thank you again for being here today and enjoy your session. It will be starting soon.
If you have student work and you wonder if they have copied from sources online without citing their sources, you can check that inside of Word. I'm on an online Word document and I click on Home and the Editor tool on the right side. Scrolling down, I can look at the similarity checker to find out. I click it, and anywhere that's underlined now in blue, I can click on that area and click on more possible sources and find out where that information came from. It's that easy. If you have students that did not make their assignment inside of Word, that's okay. You can simply copy and paste the text of concern into a Word document and check it yourself.
Reordering your courses in Schoology is really straightforward. So first on the red bar, I'm going to click on Courses, and then My Courses, and then the gray Reorder Courses button. This will show you the order of all of your courses currently, and anything you want to reorder to bring it up further, you can just simply drag and drop, and it will go in that order when you click the X. So now when you go into Courses, you'll see the new order for all of your courses.
Welcome to EdTechLIVE. We're happy that you're here today. I'm Tamara, and this is Ryan.
We would like to take a moment and welcome you to today's event and give you a little information about what to expect.
New sessions start every hour, and you can stay for the whole event or just watch the sessions you're interested in seeing. There is a 10 to 15 minute break between each session, where you can enter your attendance credit or take care of personal needs. During the live event, you also have 2 sessions each hour to choose from. After the live event, you can watch any of the other sessions on your own time.
During each session, the host will give you a link and a secret code to jot down. This will be the link you use to access the attendance forms, and you will enter the code onto the form. You can keep this form open throughout the event in a separate tab because you will have to do this for each session. You can still earn attendance credit if you are watching after the live event. However, you must submit by midnight tomorrow.
Within an hour of submitting your attendance, you should be receiving a response receipt. If you do not receive this email, please resubmit the attendance form and double check to make sure your email address is typed correctly.
We, along with our whole EdTech team, want to thank you again for being here today and enjoy your session. It will be starting soon.
All right, we are back.
Yes.
10 o'clock almost, but we're getting ready to get started with Shannon. I think she is here with us. There she is.
There she is.
Hello,
Hi,
hello.
Shannon. Good morning.
Good morning.
So we are so excited to have Shannon here. Shannon is a member of our EdTech team. So she is normally here behind the scenes helping us, but today you get to have her teaching you about ClassFlow. So this is her 13th year in education and her 3rd year here with us on the EdTech team. And we're so happy to have her. So she's going to tell you a lot about ClassFlow and how it can support small group instruction and whole group as well.
All right, Shannon, you ready to get started?
I am. Thank you so much. I'm
All
happy to be
right,
here.
Turning it over to you.
All right. Thanks. Okay. Good morning. Good morning. I am very happy to be here and also happy to I got to sleep in a little bit this morning. So like they said, my name is Shannon Gillpatrick and I'm with the EdTech team. I did wear blue today, but it's a different blue. I'm repping my alma mater here, and I'll have something to say a little bit about that when we get started. So this is just a quick little sneak peek of my teenage daughters, and one in college now, one in high school at Cy Ranch, and they definitely keep me busy. But I wanted to share their picture because they're definitely conversations that I've had with them and their education and like what they experience in the classroom has really led me, not only being a teacher too, but also just hearing it from their viewpoint as to the importance of using programs that allow kids to share their thoughts, share their voice, share their thinking, and that the more we do that, the more used to it they become and the less scary it becomes. So here is a little cartoon, Calvin and Hobbes, and it's an appropriate one. But if you take a minute to read this, it says, The teacher's like, hey, you have a question? He said, yeah. What assurance do I have that this education is adequately preparing me for the 21st century, right? All of our students talk like this, right? They're like, I need to get the skills to effectively compete in a tough global economy. I want a high paying job when I get out of here. And she says, well, in that case, you actually need to do part of the work too. And he's like, oh, so, right. We've all found ourselves in that position. So one of the things he's saying here, of course, is, hey, listen to me, pay attention. Like, I want this. This is what I need. And then also like, so I have to do the work too. So kids are wanting to have that sense of belonging. And when we use tools that give them that belonging and that immediacy, this is John Hattie's visible learning research shows that these 3 factors are shown to have a huge influence on student achievement. They're more likely to participate in an environment where they feel that comfortable, and then also getting that feedback. And that's not always just the teacher giving them the feedback. Sometimes it's like what their peers said. And ClassFlow is a really great tool to allow kids to see what their peers are saying, to kind of check in. It's like a self-checking, but also getting that feedback from the teacher too. So that's what ClassFlow is. It is a lesson delivery program that allows teachers and students to interact, and it allows you to hear from every student every day, at least every day that you use it, right? So with limited time and all the curriculum requirements, it can feel really impossible to hear from students all the time, but ClassFlow is a tool that you can use super simply. You don't have to use it to its extreme. There are a lot of great features that it has, but we're going to start today by how you can start simple. So how you can start simple, how you can then, as a teacher, utilize it best in your classroom. And then we'll get a little bit into creating things on your own. So let's get started. I'm going to invite you to join me in a ClassFlow lesson. So all you have to do, and they're going to put this, let me put this in the chat as well, on my chat here. You're going to go to this bit.ly right here, bit.ly/SG ClassFlow. Type this. I think you all have this as well, Danielle and Connie, but I'm going to type it in the chat so you can easily copy it.
Yes, we added it to the chat.
Thank you. All right, so students, whenever you create a class, whenever you set up your ClassFlow, students will get this link, or you can give them this link right here. Sci-Fair teachers have one type of link, and then our out of district, or it is a free program. And I'm going to show you all of that when we get to the teacher moves part. But right now I want you to experience it as a student. So I see I've got 2 people joined so far. So when you get to that bit.ly, it's going to look like this. One second here. I'm going to type it in over here. And you are going to type your name. And I'm going to pretend to be my daughter today, but I'm not going to. All right. So you'll type your name in, join anyway, and then you are in, and you should be seeing this screen right here. So this is something that I've already sent to the students in my class that just joined, and you're going to see how to split your screen. So if you are joining the ClassFlow, but you also want to follow along in the YouTube as I'm also showing you some of the teacher side of things, then you can split your screen like this. You'll click the Windows key on your keyboard, and then the left arrow to have your YouTube go to one side, and then the Windows key and the right arrow to have your ClassFlow session on the right side. You could also, you may have joined from a different device as well, and that is completely fine too. That works as well. I've got 30 people in so far. We did this once before and we got pretty high in terms of the numbers. So I'm not sure what the limit is if that question is being asked, but I mean, definitely you can get everyone in your class joining your ClassFlow session. So I'm going to go ahead and continue. That link is available for those that are still working on joining us. And like I said, the first thing is starting simple. So I'm going to show you how to start simple with ClassFlow. So when you first log in as a teacher to ClassFlow, you're going to see an instant whiteboard to be able to start a quick poll. You can create a lesson, you can create an activity, create a quiz or an assessment, but I'm going to just do these quick things really quick. And I kind of want to get a feeling here. As I mentioned, I'm repping my alma mater. So we're going to start a quick poll here. And I'm going to send you a true false statement. I'm going to say the statement and then you're going to vote true or false. So the Kansas Jayhawks are going to be the 2022 NCAA Men's National Basketball Champions. That's my statement. You should see on your screen, if you joined our ClassFlow, the option to vote true or false. Let's see what our audience is feeling today. So I'm going to vote true, of course. So as those votes come in, as the teacher on the left here, I can see your votes. Ah, I've got some falses coming in. It's okay. Oh, no. All right, I'm going to calm down. Okay. So I can also see 19 responses remaining. I can also show the names so I can know who all these culprits are that are saying false. No, but I can show names and I can see, or I can keep it completely anonymous, which definitely helps with that risk factor with students, right? So if you're keeping it anonymous, then kids are a lot of times, depending on the type of question it is, more open to responding honestly, like you all did with your falseness. Okay. All right, so whenever I feel that I'm ready, or whenever I don't have any responses remaining, when everybody's had a chance to vote, then I can stop the poll. So that is a quick check-in with kids. How are you doing? Asking a question, making a statement, maybe having something on your board, and then boom, you send that poll and you get that response immediately. You may have noticed, I'm going to go ahead and end it now. Sorry if you didn't get a chance to vote, but we're time sensitive today. You may have noticed, I'm going to go ahead and go back here. Whenever I did that quick poll, I had some other options here too. So I could have done a creative, I could have done a word seed. We're going to experience all of these or most of them, but I chose to do the true false. The other thing I could do is an instant whiteboard. So I'm going to do that. Exit out of here. I didn't respond the way I wanted to. So whenever you exit out of a ClassFlow session or a lesson that you're delivering, it's always going to give you the option if you want to save it. In this case, I'm not going to save it. And we're going to try this again. All right, there we go. So I have now opened an instant whiteboard. I have all these options down here at the bottom. I'm just going to put a question. So this isn't anything that I had to prepare ahead of time. I mean, I maybe had that question prepared, obviously, but I didn't have to set this up ahead of time. I can do it right there in the moment. And I'm going to send this to you all as a text question. So I'm asking, what is your favorite animal? I'm going to send it as a text. So that means that you're going to type your response and click submit. So you can see my student right here. What is my favorite animal?
Hey, Shannon.
Yes.
We have two quick questions. We just want to make sure because some friends are not able to follow along with you.
Okay.
Two people are saying that they're getting a not supported in landscape mode. Do you know why they would be getting that error message?
So are they on like their mobile device or something?
That's what I'm checking to
That's what we were
see.
worried
I asked, but
about.
Yeah.
just in case, because I mean, I can see it just fine.
And I can.
So I'm not sure. So that was one question. The other one was they were wondering if you could show again, just real quick, how to bring up that split screen. They're having some trouble with getting the second tab to open up.
Yes. Yes. Okay. I will do that.
Okay, sorry. Thank you.
No, thank you. Thank you. Okay, so as far as the landscape one, that was my thought about whether or not it's a mobile device. There may be an issue there with that. And then for the split screen, so I'm going to take, let's see, I'll just bring over like the YouTube just to show. So if I had the YouTube open right here, and I want it to go to the left-hand side, I'm going to click the Windows key on my keyboard and the left button, the left arrow, and it puts that on the left. Then I can take another tab, let's say like this tab, for instance. I'm going to make, oh, sorry. I'm going to drag it out. Then I want this one. So this will be my ClassFlow one that I just did. SG ClassFlow. And I want this to go to the right. So I am going to do Windows and then the right arrow. So notice that that happened and it's double checking. It's like, okay, what did you want to be on the left again? So it's giving me all these different windows that I have open. I want my YouTube to be over there. So I'm going to click that. So now I've got the YouTube over here, and then I have the ClassFlow session on the right. So again, that's the Windows key and then your arrows. And so one thing is, if it doesn't seem to be working for the landscape with you being part of the ClassFlow lesson as well, I am showing you both the student and the teacher view on the YouTube on this session. So you're able to at least see it. You may not be able to experience it the same, but you are at least seeing both the teacher view is on the left-hand side and then the student view is on the right. So you're at least able to kind of see what that looks like. All right, so I've got all sorts of responses here to what is your favorite animal. And this is one of my favorite things about it. So I asked a simple question. So now I can come in here and look at all of those responses. Again, I can show the names if I want to see who responded what. I can move them around. But one of my favorite things about this and why I love these options, excuse me, is when I click one of these. So let's see, let's pick, oh, I do like dolphins too. All right, let's pick a tiger, okay? Or maybe dog. So many people chose dog. All right, we'll do a dog. So dog, and you see I've got 9 people that typed dog. So it lets me know that I have that many duplicate responses. So I can color code them. I can do all sorts of things and how I want to organize the student responses. You can have a student come up and organize them in a certain way. So now I could actually poll directly from here. So I can click these 3 dots right here on the right, and I can say poll from here. And I can choose the type of poll that I want to send. I'm going to send a yes, no poll. So let me just move these little things out of the way so you can see this a little bit better. I'm going to send a yes, no poll, and I'm going to ask a question about it. So a dog, does that make a good house pet? And now as the teacher or as the student, now you have the word dog and you're choosing an option. Does it make a good house pet? Yes or no? I guess it depends on the breed, right? So you have an option to vote yes, to vote no, or don't know. So quickly I can take the student responses and then I can send another poll. I'll let you respond there. You can also see this if you don't want kids seeing the responses right away. So maybe it is something that you're trying to get a feel for, or a correct or incorrect type of thing. You can always double click on the question, and then that's going to cover that poll that's coming in. Okay, again, I can show my names. So now as this is coming in, I'm like, okay, this is great. I've got yes, no. Some people are saying no. I might want to know why. So I'm going to stop this poll. Now I could send another one, and I could say, okay, I'm going to send you what's called a creative poll. A creative poll as a student gives you a lot more options. So this is where students they could take a picture, they could upload a picture, they could add text, they could write, they can add shapes. So I could ask you, okay, let's go back to why you think a dog is not a good house pet. What makes it not a good house pet? What makes it a good house pet? I want you to research that, find some information, find evidence to support your answer. So they have to go and search for that information. They can do a screenshot and they can upload, or they could type their response. So they have a few different options for the creative response. So it's up to you as a teacher as to how you want them to respond. But I did that all just from that one question. So it's very simple to just start something and then continue on based on the student responses and in the moment. Okay. All right. So I'm going to stop the poll again, and I want to show you how I can look at some of this information. So on the teacher side of things, so I'm actually going to go ahead. I'm going to keep the class going. I'm probably not going to send you too much more to respond to, but if you want to just look at the YouTube side of things now, I am going to show you some of the teacher pieces. So go back over here. All right. All right, so like I said, starting simple. We just have, we started with what is your favorite animal? Well, I mean, we also asked the Kansas Jayhawks thing, but I'm too sad about that. So we're just gonna forget. But what is your favorite animal? That's the question we started with, and we could continue to build on that. I mean, I could have asked you to write a complete sentence describing why it's your favorite animal. Then we could have went into editing that. I could have asked you about the habitat of the animal, and you had to research and find a picture and submit the picture. Or I could have asked you, oh, if you have a dog at home, take a picture of your dog and send it to me. So there are a lot of different options that we could have done from that one question. And that's one of the reasons why I love ClassFlow so much, because it's very simple to get started with it. So all right, now let's talk about what the teacher does. So right here on my teacher screen, I have some options. At the bottom, I want to first point out this one that looks like this double screen. So I can click here and I can see all the slides that I've added to this lesson, because I did create a full lesson. And I can also see what are called student cards. So student cards are the things that I want you to see whenever I go to a specific slide. So right now, if you're still in the ClassFlow session, and I can show you here, I'm going to go back to, so this is the student side is on the right here. I've chosen that whenever I bring up this slide that says teacher moves, I want the student to see the same thing. Now, when I go forward to my next slide, I have the teacher, the CFISD teacher, and a teacher free account. These are the steps to log in and create or create your account. And you should also be seeing that same thing. So as whether you are a Sci-Fair teacher or a out of district teacher or educator, you're going to choose which video you need to watch so that you can log in or set up your account, or you can always come back and reference this later. So SciFair teachers, the way that you log in, you go to cfisd.classflow.com. You're going to choose login as teacher. And then you're going to see a SciFair login here button. At that point, you'll enter your normal credentials, username and password, and then it will bring you to the home page of ClassFlow. For out of district educators, ClassFlow does offer a free account. You just go to classflow.com and choose login. If you already have a login, you log in. If you don't and you need an account, you register and create an account. You can sign in with Google, you can sign in with Microsoft. Again, if you need to sign up for an account, you can sign up for a free account. So this video will show you those steps on how to do that. Sign up as a teacher, and then you're going to be, once you get your account set up and you sign in, then it's going to bring you to that same home screen. Okay. So let's talk a little bit about that home screen that you see. So I'm going to go to it. Let me exit out of this. All right. So I'm going to make this screen. I'm going to make it bigger for now. Sorry. Okay, so on the ClassFlow home screen, this is where you have some options to get started right away, create that instant whiteboard session, a quick poll session. You can also start creating lessons, activities, and quizzes, and we're going to get to that in a few minutes. You also right here have the classes tab. Okay, so what I've been using today is what's called an open class, and the open class allows anybody to connect. You have a code, and that code is associated with your class every single time. So in my experience, it's been easiest to use the open class and use that open class code, just because if you have new students coming in, or you have students that maybe have withdrawn or moved to a different class, you don't have to worry about that as far as rostering is concerned. You can always just have them jump in and get started right away and join with that class code. And it's, again, like I said, always going to be the same. So I have the open class, but then you also do have some rostered classes. If you're in SciFair, you will see here your rostered classes. So you'll see your AM class, your PM class, or your periods listed, and I can come in and click and look at, okay, who is in those classes. And you can actually also deliver things directly to students within this. So this would be a way that you could deliver an assignment or a lesson. You can create assignments and lessons and have them delivered to students, and they can complete them without being connected live like we're doing today. So that would be a way that you could have them doing something as a group, or you could have them doing something on their own while you are working with a small group. Okay. You can also create groups here too. So as far as using it for outside of whole group instruction, the rostered option is really great. So you can also create your own classes. So I can add a class, I can name it, and I can roster those students. So all students would need, once I create it, is a class code in order to join that class. Like a lot of different programs out there have that class code to join it. You can see here as well on my feed. So if I'm going to go into, for instance, my rostered class here, I can see the activities that I've sent out to students. I can see the results of those too. So I can bring it up and I can see the results of those activities that they've done. I can also let's say like just this is today, right? So these are the things that we just did today. So I can bring those up and I can see, okay, here was that poll that I did earlier. Oh, that was before you all joined me when I was testing things. Hold on. So here's this one, right? So I can see everybody's responses to that question. So if I ever need to go back and look, this is where I would go to see that information. There's also a quiz option. And so whenever you send out a quiz to students, this is where you can go and see those responses and results. Again, you have that show names or hide names so you can see the responses of the students. Next, you have resources. Resources is where you're going to find everything that you have created, or possibly if you are in Sci-Fair, you would see things that have been created by your content area teams. And this is where you're going to pull in those lessons and you're going to be able to edit them or deliver them. Okay. Let me go back here to our lesson. I already had this open. Hold on one second. Let me just back up to where I had it. There it is. Look, Kendall left my class. Okay. So as I mentioned, before, you can, that class code for your open class, or even if you have a rostered class, is always going to be the same. And so I did create a slide for you all to use. Let me bring this up. When you get the student copy of it, looks like I've lost everybody. Hold on a second. What happened here? Okay, there we go. People are coming back in. I'll share this out separately because it looks like it's like slowly getting people back connected. But basically what this is it's just a simple slide. You don't have to use this one, but it would be something that you could have up in your classroom, and it's so that you can have your class code up there. So just in case, kids forget it when they come in during the day, hey, today's a ClassFlow day. Everybody join the class, and you have your class code up there, and they get started and they're waiting for things to get going for the day. Okay. All right. So those are just a few of the things about the teacher view and how to manage some of the options within ClassFlow. We are going to pause here because it is time for an attendance break. But there is more to come. So we are going to get in and look at how to create some of those activities and lessons. So we're going to pause here and give it over to Connie and Danielle to give us our attendance link and code.
Okay, thank you, Shannon. Do we have any questions right now, Danielle?
So while you bring up the code, I will go ahead and see. The only questions, Shannon, that we really had were, and I know you talked about this, but maybe reiterating, can you moderate and delete responses of students if needed?
So that is a great question as far as deleting the responses that are coming in. Let me go back to one of our polls here.
Do you have a picture? Yeah. Okay, so if I look.
Mm-hmm.
You can definitely moderate. One of the things that I always suggest with doing whenever I have it, get back here.
I'll let her finish that first.
Yeah, we're gonna let Shannon finish this, and then we will bring up that attendance.
And then you'll bring up the code. Okay. Do you, or I can let you guys do the code, and then I can come back to this.
Okay.
How about we do that?
Why don't you do that, and then that's what I'll start off with next.
Okay,
Thanks,
perfect.
Shannon.
And Shannon, just to put a little bug in your ear about one more thing they were asking about is how you would share this inside of Schoology. So just think about that too, as you might be showing that as you continue on your presentation.
Okay.
But y'all can see I put the links inside of the chat. So remember, in district, there's the in district one, and then out of district, you have your link as well. The code for this session is FLOW, FLOW, FLOW. So make sure you're writing that down. Remember, you have until tomorrow at midnight to submit your attendance. So make sure that you get everything in, write down this code. Again, for this session, the 10 o'clock channel B session, the code is FLOW. And Tammy has also added a link directly on the website. So when you go back in between your sessions, you'll see the link for the attendance right there as well. So if you click right there, it'll take you right to that form and you can put in your secret code that we are showing right now. So we'll give you guys just a couple more minutes to get that code at least written down. You don't have to fill out the entire form right now, but just at least get the code written down. And then Shannon will continue on because I'm excited to see what else she's going to show us.
And be thinking of some more questions while we're letting you get this code down when she comes back. All right, we're going to get back to Shannon because I know she has so much more exciting things to share with us. So hopefully you have flow and you've got everything done and we're moving on.
Okay. All right. Awesome. So I saw a question on there too. It's difficult to like do this and see you all and look at the YouTube chat. So thank you for collecting those questions for me because I'm like, there was a question about the class codes. So if you are using the rostering, using your rostered classes, it is going to be a different code for each of your rostered classes. But if you use the open class, it is one code for all of your, for whoever you want to join. So your open class, you just have one open class and it's the same for everybody. So, okay. So I am sharing my screen again so you can see. Whenever you have responses, yes, you can delete them. Just clicking the trash can here. I also, one of the things sometimes is helpful is when you've sent something out to students and you don't want them seeing the responses just yet, if you double click on the card that you sent, then it makes that big and it's covering those responses. So that's something to think about too. But yes, I can come in here and I can delete that response quickly as they're coming in. And again, always consider showing the names too. So then it's, you know, exactly where that response came from if something comes in. I mean, that would never happen, of course. I mean, we're always doing things like just as we should, right? Okay. Turtle. Okay, I'm going to stop that poll. So now we are going to talk about creating lessons and other activities too. Okay, so lesson creation. As I mentioned before, on that home page, you have options to just get started quickly, but you also have the create lesson, create activity, and create a quiz or assessment. So I'm going to start with creating activity, and then we'll look at quiz, and then we'll come to the create lesson because it's a little bit more involved. But the creating activities and creating quizzes are also pretty easy, and you can create them very quickly. So I'm going to go here, duplicate this because I don't like to. And go back here to the main page. Okay, so I'm going to do create activities. So ClassFlow has a ton of interactive activities that you can create. I'm going to call this activity example. And it automatically defaults to matching as my first choice. But if I choose change activity, I can choose categorize, crossword, flashcards, labeled diagram, there's matching, memory game, sequencing, timeline, Venn diagram, and word search. So I'm going to choose categorize. And on the left, I'm going to put the title. Let's say maybe I wanted to have my titles of my categories are going to be true and false. And then on the right side, I'm going to have some different statements. It could be about an event in history that you're studying. It could be about a book that you've read as a class. It could be about things that are happening in the world. It could be about in a current event. And you know that there are some, you know, what's true and what's false information, and they have to try to find out. So I could have things, I would just enter that statement. I could also enter an image if I would like. And I can also type in my false statements. Some of you may be groaning, but that's okay. I will also, I'm going to put one, University of Houston, U of H should have won, so they could play tonight. Okay, so you get the idea. You create your activity. I can choose a background color scheme. There's just a few options there, but I can also choose a different image for the background. So there's some in the library. So I can choose from there, or I could also, and I chose wheat because that's like a Kansas thing anyway, or I could add a custom background. So once I'm done, it automatically is saving for me, but I could always come here and click save if I'm just, you know, want to be sure. And now I want to deliver it. So I could, right after I create it, I could deliver it to my students. So I've delivered it to my open class. Refresh here. We're in Zoom here, so it's sometimes a little, come on. I know she's in there. What happened? All right, let me get back out of here. Join this class again. So I've delivered it to my open class. I promise I have. Oh, I have to send it. Oh, goodness, silly me. That was a teachable moment. I did that on purpose. Okay, so I delivered it, but I didn't send it to students yet. So to send it to students, I have to either choose just to send it, which is this little arrow, box arrow right here. I can send it to all students, or maybe I only want it to go to some students in my class. Or I can send one of those poll options, which is what we experienced before. So in this case, I just want to send it to you so that you can experience this activity. So now you click it and you pull in your true false categorizing. Okay. With activities, I'm sure this is going to be a question. With activities, you don't see the student results. So consider an activity is really just a practice. It's not something that you are gathering information on. Okay. All right. So now I'm going to go back and show you how to create a quiz or assessment. One of the things I like is some of these activities, whenever you click on it, it automatically is going to have this video here that shows you how to create it, which is really nice in case you forget. Okay, so I can create multiple choice, short answer, a math question, true, false, an essay, a creative response. So I can create a question. And I'm just doing simple stuff here. my spelling. And I select which answer is correct. I can give it a name. I can also add a passage. So if I want them to have something to read and then respond to, you can add that to over here on the left. And then I can deliver it to my class. I have some options, and I can add multiple questions as well. That was below. You may have seen like plus question. I can go back to that just to make sure I show that to you. Plus question down here. Okay, so I can do that there. Deliver it. And I have some options if I want it to be timed. I want them to be able to resubmit or randomize questions. So I have some different options. They're automatically turned off. And then I can start the assessment. So now students get that question. Got her logged off again. What is happening here today? Having a hard time like showing it side by side. I apologize about that. Okay, stop. I'm going to start that again. Where's my question? Preview. Let me make sure it's there. Preview it. There it is. Deliver it again. Let's try this again. There we go. Okay. So then the questions come into the students, they submit their answer. And as a teacher, I can have responses. I can click on that and I can see who has responded. I can show the names or hide the names. Okay. So I can be tracking how students are doing. And again, those results, go ahead and stop and exit. Those results are going to be here in my classes feed. So that's where I'm able to go and look at that, that quiz that I gave today and how students did. All right. The next thing that, and I'm running really low on time, but I want to show you this one last thing in resources. So in resources, if you want to, one of the things that makes it very easy to get started is converting something you already have. Okay, so you can go to resources and click on new, and you can upload a PowerPoint presentation, or you can upload a PDF or a lesson that you have. Those are kind of the best formats to start with. Smartboard also, if you still have Smartboard, but you can upload those documents and then it's going to convert them. So I'm going to upload. I'm actually not going to I don't want it because I don't really have the time for it, but I'm going to show you here how that looks. So let me scroll over. All right, here we go. So you can upload that file. So this was an example of uploading a PowerPoint. And then it converts, not perfectly, I will say that, but it's a good starting point, right? So that you're not creating from scratch, you're starting with something that you already have, and then you might need to kind of move things around or edit some of the font, things like that may not come over just as you had originally had it in your PowerPoint. But it is a great starting point so that you're not having to start over things that you've already created before. So this is an example of an editing lesson that was a PowerPoint and brought it in as now a ClassFlow lesson. So students can be editing and practicing that revision live through ClassFlow. Okay. And then you can also create. So you can create those activities, or you can create a lesson like I did today. So the lesson that I created today, I went in, created a lesson. It looks very much like you have your slides on the left, you start adding in images, or you can add shapes. You have all of your text editing options up at the top. I actually created a lot of my slides in Google and then downloaded it as a copy, downloaded it as an image, and then I just put the image in here on the slide or on the ClassFlow slide. So you can create that way as well, and have your full lesson. You can also share things with other teachers at your school. So that is an option whenever when you're back in the resources section here, where I can share things with others. So let me look back here. So I want to give time. Just remembering the why behind this is just from those students every day, and them getting a chance to understand like what they're learning, and seeing other people's responses helps them feel more confident about their response, especially whenever you start off and you have that where it's risk-free, you're not showing their names, they are more apt to respond honestly. So, all right. I fast and furious went through that, but here is a bit.ly right now. I'm going to put it in the chat so they can share it in the YouTube chat. It is going to bring you to a YouTube playlist from ClassFlow that has quick 1 to 2 minute videos of everything that I showed you today. So let me put that in our chat here so you can click on it from the link. And then I want to make sure that I answer any outstanding questions.
No, that's not that one. It's a different one. So Shannon, you said you're putting it in the chat for them?
Yeah,
right
I'm
now?
going to put it in our YouTube or in our Zoom chat.
Okay.
And it'll just take me a couple minutes to transfer that into the YouTube chat. So if they can just give me a couple seconds, I'll get that transferred over for them.
Okay. 1 second.
Yeah, there it is.
ClassFlow. There we go. And it's just bit.ly/ClassFlow YouTube.
Got it.
All lowercase. And it will bring you to that Promethean ClassFlow playlist, and it has like everything that we talked about today quickly, 1 to 2 minute video reminders of how to do that. But of course, I'm available too, so please feel free to reach out if it's something that you're going to start in your classroom and you're here local in Sci-Fair. I mean, I can't go to like Malaysia or anything, but but I'm happy to come visit your classroom in Sci-Fair and help you get started. So
Shannon, thank you so much. I love ClassFlow, and I'm really glad that you brought that up about even if you have a smart board, because some teachers think you have to have a Promethean. So with it just being web-based, they can use it on anything, right?
yes, absolutely. You definitely can.
It's a great way to use those one-to-one devices. Right?
Yes.
In Sci-Fair.
And like Shannon said, she's on the Sci-Fair EdTech team, and she loves to teach and present, and she can go to your campus and do some personal training for ClassFlow. Does anybody have anything else for Shannon?
Nope, I think that she did a great job answering all of those questions.
All right,
think we are good
Shannon,
to go.
thank you so much, and go Kansas.
Yes, go Kansas. Thank you. Thank you for the support.
All right.
All right. Bye-bye. Have a great day.
Okay.
All right. So everybody, whoops, we're going to go ahead and put in the chat the link so you can choose your next session. So at 11 o'clock here on Channel B, we are going to have the Edpuzzle team of Manny and Sarah. So you can come back and join us, or you can, of course, go and check out what's happening on Channel A and see which one you would rather do. Remember to submit your attendance. And if you did not yet get a confirmation email for your attendance, especially if you're out of district, you may want to check your spam, your other, check all of those different places because different filters may be blocking that. So take a look, check it out. And if not, it does not hurt to submit again and then see if you get that attendance credit. So we are going to go ahead and get our commercials started, and we will be back at a little before 11 o'clock with our Edpuzzle team.
And Danielle, you know, I want to remind them that as long as they watch these videos, they could get 8 hours of credit,
That's
right?
true.
But you have to submit them by midnight tomorrow. So, you know, if you submit them on Monday morning, it's not going to work. So you need to go ahead, watch them all, because I've been taking a look at the other ones. They're really good. So get your 8 hours of credit submitted by tomorrow. And we're going to put the commercial on so you can take a little break. But while the commercial's running, there's a lot of little tips that you can learn about all kinds of things. So we'll see you in a little bit.
All right.
Should I get started?
I'm not totally sure. If you have student work and you wonder if they have copied from sources online without citing their sources, you can check that inside of Word. I'm on an online Word document and I click on Home and the Editor tool on the right side. Scrolling down, I can look at the similarity checker to find out. I click it, and anywhere that's underlined now in blue, I can click on that area and click on more possible sources and find out where that information came from. It's that easy. If you have students that did not make their assignment inside of Word, that's okay. You can simply copy and paste the text of concern into a Word document and check it yourself. Welcome to EdTechLIVE. We are happy that you are here today. I am Tamara, and this is Ryan.
We would like to take a moment to welcome you to today's sessions and give you a little information about what to expect.
New sessions start every hour, and you can stay for the whole event or just watch the sessions you're interested in seeing. There is a 10 to 15-minute break between each session where you can enter your attendance credit or take care of your personal needs. During the live event, you have 2 sessions to choose from for each hour. After the live event, you can watch any of the other sessions on your own time.
During each session, the host will give you a link and a secret code to jot down. This will be the link you use to access the attendance forms, and you will enter the code into the form. You can keep this form open throughout the event in a separate tab because you will do this for each session. You can still earn attendance credit if you are watching after the live event. However, you must submit by midnight tomorrow.
Within an hour of submitting, you should receive a response receipt. If you do not receive this email, please resubmit the attendance form and double check to make sure your email address is typed correctly.
We, along with our whole EdTech team, thank you again for being here today and enjoy your session. It will be starting soon.
Sometimes when we do our research, we forget to grab the citations that we need. It's easy to fix inside of Word. Inside of Word, if you click the Home, the Editing tool, and the Similarity Checker, you can see that I have 5 places that I need to check. Simply click on it. You can click the down arrow for the type of citation that you need, and then add the in-text citation, and all fixed. And I can see over here that 2 of my 5 concerns have now been fixed. If you have student work and you wonder if they have copied from sources online without citing their sources, you could check that inside of Word. I'm on an online Word document and I click on Home and the Editor tool on the right side. Scrolling down, I can look at the Similarity Checker to find out. I click it, and anywhere that's underlined now in blue, I can click on that area and click on More Possible Sources and find out where that information came from. It's that easy. If you have students that did not make their assignment inside of Word, that's okay. You can simply copy and paste the text of concern into a Word document and check it yourself.
All right, we are back with session 3, and I know this is going to be a hot favorite for everyone because our very own, well, I'll wait for that part. But we have Sarah Eiler, and a secret for a second. They're from the EdTech team, and they train for Edpuzzle. And Sarah, before joining the team, she taught in North Carolina, where she spent 3 years as a digital integration facilitator, and she still lives there. And another cool thing about Sarah is she spent 3 years as a professional learning specialist for Discovery Education that I also love. And our surprise is...
Yep, we have Super Manny. Manny's back again.
Yeah, I was back again.
No way, it's that other song. There's 2 songs for you, Manny, but we're so excited to have Manny back. He is now a part of the Edpuzzle community team. We missed him here in Sci-Fair on our EdTech team, but we are so happy for him and very excited to see the training that you're going to do for us today.
Yes, Sarah, and we're very happy that both of y'all are here with your expertise. So with no further ado, we're going to let you guys go.
Thanks. All right, let me get my screen sharing started here. All right.
With Schoology.
Manny,
text it, Danielle. So text me back, Danielle. Okay, I'll go back.
Manny might be helping me out a little bit with Schoology because my wheelhouse is more Canvas and he's my Schoology savior here today. So, yeah, I'm excited to be here though. By the way, my cousin, I always like plug this in. My cousin goes to Smith Middle, which Manny used to actually be at sometimes too. So it's kind of funny. I love doing stuff because they live in Sci-Fair. So I always love going to Houston and visiting them. So yeah, but we're excited to be here. I'm going to give everyone kind of a rundown of how to use Edpuzzle really quick, just in case anybody watching hasn't used Edpuzzle before. And then we'll do a little bit of a deeper dive into our differentiation pieces.
In case you did not know, for some odd reason, if you're in Sci-Fair, you get a license, and you get a license, and you get a license, and everybody has a license in Sci-Fair. If you're not in Sci-Fair, so sad for you.
Yeah. It's an Oprah situation and
Yes.
Sci-Fair for Edpuzzle licenses. So yeah, so excited to get started with you guys. Once again, my name is Sarah. We're going to talk about creating video lessons, setting up Edpuzzle and Schoology, assigning your video lessons, accessing the data and grades, and then differentiating your instruction and assessment using Edpuzzle. So the beginning will be a bit of a beginner spiel, but towards the end, we'll go more into our advanced features for those of you that maybe want to go a step further utilizing Edpuzzle. So what is Edpuzzle? You can take any video, like those YouTube videos that you love using. You can even upload videos that you have saved on your desktop, embed your own assessment questions, and track your students' progress. The beauty of Edpuzzle, that's like the crowd favorite, is that Edpuzzle also has a prevent skipping tool. So those of you that feel like your students are always zooming through the videos, no more zooming through the videos. You can just toggle that little prevent skipping button on, and you are good to go. We love it because it's easy and powerful. You can increase your students' engagement because you're making all of those videos active learning instead of passive learning. You can increase student autonomy while still holding them accountable. So when you're assigning through Schoology, they can kind of take charge of their own progression, but you're still having that accountability piece by putting on the prevent skipping and checking in on those data pieces and differentiating based on how your students are doing. You can save class time for high level learning. So we always love using Edpuzzle as a flipped classroom. I'm sure that's probably how most of you got started looking at Edpuzzle during, let's say, the initial quarantine, might have been as a flipped learning model. And then you can connect with Schoology to post assignments and sync your grades. So Manny had his Oprah moment just a few minutes ago. So our Oprah link will be shared for you guys on YouTube. This is if you are a teacher in Sci-Fair. So if you're not part of Sci-Fair, you can visit edpuzzle.com and just click sign up and then select your school, your grade level, your content area from there. But if you are in Sci-Fair, you're going to want to use this specific link to join Edpuzzle if you haven't set it up before. The reason why you do have to select a grade level, be as specific as you can, because it works like Facebook in that it's going to give you videos based on your grade level when you log into Edpuzzle. So putting in your actual grade level, or at least the grade level that you want to see, will actually work to your favor in the long run. And you can even add additional grade levels later to your settings under your account. The last step is the key today. If you want to build as we go through Edpuzzle and differentiation, that is that you have to verify your account. So if you've never verified your account, you're going to see a blue bar at the top of your screen. And that blue bar means that you need to go and verify your email. When you're logging in, at least on part of Sci-Fair, you can select your CFISD Google account. So you should be able to pick your Google account by signing in with Google. And just a plug for our support team, if you ever have an issue with logging in, your students logging in, seeing what you should be seeing, if you email support@edpuzzle.com, they are amazing and very quick at getting back in touch with you. So if you need any assistance on that end, just use that support@edpuzzle.com email address.
Yeah, so I remember I used to get tons of emails. Manny doesn't work. Manny, this doesn't work. I'm like, girl, I don't know. send a ticket. I mean, sometimes I did know, but it's easier if you make, set up a ticket with us so we can keep track of how many issues the district is having. Like, is it a you problem? Is it an us problem kind of thing?
Sometimes
Because we get like similar screens, right? That says, oops, something went wrong. And when we can troubleshoot that with a specific district, we can keep track, kind of like what we do with tickets, same thing with us. So I believe Connie is the one who took over Edpuzzle for me. So support@edpuzzle.com is your friend.
Yes. And it's like real people on the other end of the email, right? It's not like when you try to call the bank and you're like, human person, help, please, I need a real person, right? Like it's an actual person on the other side of the email to answer your question. And they are all wonderful and very quick at answering. All right, so once you've gotten logged in, let's talk about what you can include in your first video lesson. I still love my Bitmoji, so I need to change her out of a sweater though. I guess it's getting too warm for her.
I'm wearing a hoodie, so who cares?
All right. So you can use any video to create a lesson with Edpuzzle. So it can be like you've created your own screen recording, which by the way, we have a built-in screen recorder now. So you can make your own screen recording and your own video using Edpuzzle system. We've got Edpuzzle Originals, which are standards aligned videos that we have started creating for students. We have the option for videos uploaded by other educators. So other teachers might have made a screencast of their Google Slides at some point, and you can utilize that. You've got a district and school channel, and we've even got the option for you to look at YouTube videos. Keep in mind, if you're having issues with YouTube at your school, you can also search for Edpuzzle hosted, which will get rid of any type of YouTube search issue that you might be having. So I mentioned that we now have a screen recording Chrome extension. You can record a tab, an entire desktop, or just your webcam. You can trim the video from the beginning, the middle, the end. You can use the voiceover to replace the audio for a section. So that's one of the beauties of creating your own screen recording, is that you can even narrate essentially your recording, and then you can assign your video lesson. So what I love about the screen recorder, and I always recommend to teachers that I'm working with, is that if your end goal of your screen recording is to make it into an Edpuzzle, then give our screen recorder a try, because it will automatically upload to Edpuzzle for you to create your Edpuzzle. So if you have the issue that I have of not remembering where it's saved on your computer or where it's saved in your drive or anything like that, you don't even have to worry about downloading and uploading to Edpuzzle. It's going to open it immediately into Edpuzzle. Another place where you can find your videos is our new Edpuzzle Originals. So when you actually log into Edpuzzle now, and let me show you, there's a tab that says Edpuzzle Originals, and these are broken down by content area. So you can see math, science, ELA, and social studies. As a former social studies teacher, I'm going to pick social studies here. And you can see each of those topics that we have by grade. Well, it's not really by grade level, it's by topic. And then you can support your students by that. So 13 colonies, I can see all of my videos that pertain to the 13 colonies. And once again, these are standards aligned, rigorous videos. My favorite part about these is that we actually wrote the questions and decided what images would best support the questions. So they are very focused on what questions are being asked and making sure that those are the questions to address the appropriate essential question. So when I click on these, all I have to do from here is just click edit, and it'll make a copy to my account, and I'm ready to go. So once again, when you're finding a video, you can use that discover tool at the top. You've got your magnifying glass. You can look for your video that way. And you've also got your Edpuzzle Originals. Upload a video from your computer or create a screen recording. So you can create a screen recording within the Edpuzzle window, search for any topic, and then refine your search. So if you're having any issues with YouTube, this is what I was referring to when I said that the you can search for videos that are Edpuzzle hosted. So if I'm looking for videos on, let's say, Texas independence.
So in SciFair, we have the strict restrict this mode open. So I'll show you a little trick, because teachers can see everything, but students cannot see everything. So I'm going to show you how you are going to pretend to be a student to see what students see. So if you want to pick a video and you don't realize that that video is blocked for some odd reason, then I'm going to show you how you're going to be doing it in a little bit.
Okay, perfect. If you though want to search this way too, you can also do search, and then from the source menu, if you select Edpuzzle hosted, that's going to mean that you're not even worried about any YouTube filtering issues. You can select Edpuzzle hosted, and it's going to bring up any videos that are hosted by Edpuzzle. It could be a screen recording that another teacher has made in Edpuzzle. It could be a video that a teacher uploaded to Edpuzzle. And then it'll also bring up, as you can see here, your Edpuzzle originals as well. So that's another really easy way, other than the way that Manny, the secret way that Manny will share. That's another easy way for you to narrow down your search if you're having an issue with YouTube. I've even had it where a teacher is like, YouTube is blocked for these 3 kids in my 8th grade class. Is there some way that I can make sure that everyone in the class can watch the video? And that's an easy way to make sure is by selecting the Edpuzzle hosted, because they did something naughty. And once again, there's our Edpuzzle originals highlighted for you. Once you have the video, you're going to click copy to save a copy to your content, click edit to save a copy, and begin editing. So either way, it's automatically going to make you your own copy. There is no option for you to edit somebody's Google Doc and them to email you and yell at you via email, which is what normally happens to me when I edit somebody's Google Doc, not in the Edpuzzle world, but it used to happen to me all the time in the classroom. So, so it always makes a copy, which I love because I'm never worried about editing somebody's original. You know, when you're in a rush and you just didn't pay attention those times.
I mean, sometimes you're in a rush and you can say, hey, girl, would you help me with this week's lesson? And then your friend that's in, the same level, or it might be in a different Cypher school, because you can search. That's why we make you select, but click that link.
Yep.
So you go into that little database and you see what everybody else is doing, and you can just steal somebody else's idea. Still Cypher approved, because we do our own thing. But yes, that is like OMG, the best thing ever.
For sure. So when you need to cut your video, all you have to do is drag the arrows in the blue bars. You can also cut from the middle by clicking add cut and then playing the video to the portion that you want to cut. You can edit once again, beginning, middle, and end, and add as many cuts as you like. So don't be shy about cutting parts out. You want your video lessons to be 10 minutes or less. Y'all, at the PD conference in North Carolina, we actually had an administrator come up to us, and her son is in high school, and she was like, please tell me Edpuzzles aren't supposed to be an hour long.
Oh my God.
Here first, they're not supposed to be an hour long. Okay. So 10 minutes or less, we kind of say 7 to 10 minutes is like the sweet spot for videos. Okay. So even if you want that hour long video, the whole hour of it, cut it into chunks, please. Do not give students a full hour long Edpuzzle video. Just saying it, putting it out there into the universe and hoping that people will listen.
So picture this, like you don't know how to do something. What do? You go to YouTube, right? Do you honestly, are you really going to watch a 10-minute video or a 15-minute video, let alone an hour video to learn something? Girl, you're going to spend some time to find a short video. So when you're learning something new, like me replacing, I don't know, something in the car, that's going to be very intense for me. So I need to make it short or I am lost. So same thing with your students.
And it's also like we're the TikTok generation, right?
Exactly.
Now, they're used to watching short videos. So don't expect them. I mean, they can barely make it. Like kids would rather watch YouTube than Disney Plus, I've heard, like on TV, right? So they're used to shorter videos. And then for voiceover, you can click the voiceover tab, click start recording, and record your voiceover. So voiceover is you narrating over the audio of the video. We also have an audio note feature, which will pause the video and the students listen to the audio note, and then it will keep playing the video after the audio note is played. So we have 2 different options for that. Just keep in mind that voiceover is only available if you've recorded the screen or it's an Edpuzzle hosted video. So those Edpuzzle originals, you can use that voiceover for, but a YouTube video that you've just pulled over, you can't use voiceover, but you can use the pause audio note feature. So you'll kind of have to figure out what's best served based on the format of the video.
So if you're you teach the littles, and when I was in the classroom, my first graders, didn't know how to read. So the workaround will be like you put a note, and then you put the audio notes, and you're reading the question, and then right after that, it's the actual question, and then the answers could be words or pictures that your kids will recognize. So you see, like Edpuzzle is for everyone.
Yep. And that's one of my favorite workarounds for the little learners is using that audio note feature. And another good point that goes with that, Manny, is that with the live mode now, if you do the Edpuzzle in live mode as a whole class, you can actually read the question to your students too in person. And then you can circulate with your TA and make sure that everyone is kind of picking the right picture or picking the right word and help them read out those words as needed. So creating your video lesson, embedding questions, you can do multiple choice, open-ended, or that note feature that Manny and I just mentioned. So this is one of my favorite ways to differentiate for my students is using different types of options in my questions. So like if you have a lot of kids that maybe have an accommodation where it's 3 answer choices, the beauty of y'all using Schoology is you can actually make different groups within Schoology, and you can assign different Edpuzzles to those different groups. So you can really differentiate a lot using Edpuzzle in combination with Schoology in SciFair. You click the questions tab, select the type of question you want to add your question, and then click save. Let me show you a couple of the features here. So we'll use this one. So as simple as editing, and it's already made the copy to my account. I talked about the cut. So here's how
Before we start our story, can you find Texas on this map of North America?
I hope you all can find Texas. All right, so there's my cuts there. If I want to add cuts within the video, I would just click play and pause where I want to add the cut. So you'll always have these 2 lines. And then here was your voiceover option. And then my questions. So here I've got multiple choice question. So what Manny was saying is that you can put in an audio note first. So this is how I record an audio note. It's recording it right now. And then I can click save that. And I can actually layer my questions in this portion of the video by adding another multiple choice question. So in this case, my video will pause and it will play the audio note and then ask my students the question. So I could just pick the picture that best matches my main idea. I don't know, random question. It doesn't even necessarily relate, but then I can do 4 different pictures as my answer choices here. I can upload my image or use a URL. My favorite thing, especially for my elementary teachers, is because I always hated editing fractions on worksheets, is this math equation editor right here. So if I click on the FX, I can actually do a proper fraction. I can do 3/4 instead of 3/4, and it's embedded in my question. So I've also got a built-in equation editor. I know, right? I mean, the fractions like kill me. So I'm always excited for a real fraction moment. And you can do more advanced functions as well, because I know a lot of us are secondary, but I taught secondary social studies. So you don't even want to hear me try and tell you what some of these are. Okay.
I can see the exponents and everything, because like kids is like, it doesn't look like on my paper and they don't get it because it has to be the same.
Exactly. And you can even do mixed fractions. So there's like 1 3/4.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sure the math department is really happy.
Square roots. I mean, it's got everything. And I don't think people even realize that these editing options are there, but anytime that you can enter text into your Edpuzzle, you can do this math equation editor. So I can even do it when I'm doing a note. So even if I just want to be like, remember we talked about this equation in class, then I can put my equation in right here, just as a reminder for my students to look at. So that's the multiple choice. And then our open-ended, one of our new awesome features is that you have an audio response option for your students with these open-ended questions.
What?
So a great way, that was actually my next slide. I kind of stole my own thunder there. That's a great way for you to differentiate for your students. Like you've got 3 shy kids in the room who never speak up. Cool. Turn on the audio responses and let them reply via audio. It's also great for your students who maybe are struggling readers, like they're scared to be the person that's called on during popcorn reading, which was me, right? Like you might not want to read in front of the whole class. So you can have them kind of respond via audio here. It's also great if you're a world language teacher or a band teacher or a chorus teacher or an orchestra teacher, or you have ELL students who maybe can respond verbally, but have a lot of trouble writing it out or reading the correct answer.
My third graders was like that. Like they can tell me whenever we had this IRLs, like the reading tests, they could tell me, but they could not write it down.
Yeah.
So I started using, audio responses in another platform, but because we didn't have this. But it was great. I'm like, girl, you can tell me, but they just could not put it in words.
Mm-hmm. And it's just a great way to get that feedback. And this is also great for SEL, right? So if you find an Edpuzzle and you're maybe using it to focus on just social emotional learning, and you just want to hear like, how's your day been? Are you doing okay? What can I help you with? They can respond via audio instead of having to type it out. So a great way to just kind of differentiate based on your class. Also, you can, like I said, add the notes, record an audio note. We always recommend, even if you're using somebody else's video, it's nice to record a little audio note for your students to know that you created this just for them. So even if you just copy it and you hop into the video editing screen for a second and you add an audio note at the beginning and an audio note at the end, your students will be really excited. They'll be like, oh, Miss Eiler, I just heard your voice on here. Like you made this for us, right? And they'll get really excited that you made the video, especially for them. And it might just give them that little intrinsic motivational push that they needed to go on and get through the video. And once they get the notes, you can do external links, images, next steps, additional information, or objectives. So I always love telling people you can even hyperlink to like the Google Doc that students are going to work on for the rest of the class period. So rather than telling them that they have to go back to Schoology and open up another activity, you can have that activity embedded in your Edpuzzle if you're going to use it at the beginning of class.
I was going to say that I always tend to use audio notes just so people hear my voice, how I enunciate, and you can tell a lot by the tone. And it just can put you in a different mood. So like, just record your voice, just saying in a little note for your little kids.
And if you don't like hearing your own voice, like me, just don't listen to it recorded back. Just read whatever you have written on your piece of paper and don't listen to it again. Just keep moving on and don't listen to it because your kids are really going to love hearing your voice on there.
Ask them, like, honestly, they do. They do.
All right. So setting up Edpuzzle in Schoology just to make sure. Okay. And I will give you guys a copy of these slides at the end as well, so that you can go back and look at these GIFs and these images as needed. So assign and grade directly through Schoology. So once you've connected to Schoology, our recommendation is that you edit your Edpuzzles from edpuzzle.com. But if you're assigning, you're going to assign from Schoology. And the Schoology gradebook will update automatically. So when you go to Schoology, it's already been set up at the district level for y'all. You open the course in Schoology and click on Edpuzzle in the sidebar.
And I'm going to show you all of this.
And you will need to click on Edpuzzle in the sidebar. If you're asked to sign in, use the same login you use on Edpuzzle, fill in your course information and click Create Class. I'm going to zoom through this so I can show you guys some of the data because we can go back over the Schoology later. You'll have these steps though to utilize on your own as you go in and get this set up. When you go and you assign an Edpuzzle, you're going to click on Add Materials, choose Edpuzzle, select the video lesson that you want to use, adjust your settings and click Assign. Make sure that when you go in, you click Edit and you select Enable Grading. Do not, I repeat, do not copy your Edpuzzle from course to course because it will break Schoology.
And we'll be hunting you down, girl.
And you will get frustrated. And then you will email support@edpuzzle.com and they will very kindly point out that you copied it from course to course.
Yeah, but the reason we do that is because each lesson connects to a classroom. So you have to go and do it again.
Right. And also like you want those data features to be accurate and connected to the students that completed the lesson. So you're kind of messing also with all of these data features that I'll show you in a second. There is an extra step in Schoology to get the video lesson to sync. Once again, you have to edit and enable grading for each Edpuzzle assignment. So A, don't copy from course to course. B, click edit and enable grading if you want that to sync. Your students will see the error message here on the screen if you forgot to click edit and enable grading. Just an FYI. So if you see that error message in future, now you know where it came from.
AKA user error.
You didn't want to say that, but okay. So when you click on Edpuzzle in the sidebar, you're going to select your video lesson if you want to look at the data, and we're going to look a little bit deeper into that data in just a second. You review and grade any open-ended questions here. You can view your class progress and grades. So everything that you would see in the data screen on edpuzzle.com, you can now see in Schoology once those are connected and you've assigned through Schoology. You can click on the student's name to see their individual performance. You can see the whole class performance. You can see who's completed the video. You can even see, and I'll show you in a second, down to how many times they watched that part of the video to answer the question. And then you can click on the questions tab to see whole class performance of individual questions. So I can see like 10 out of 12 kids got this question wrong. Here's the incorrect answer that they all picked. Let's fix that misconception during our small groups tomorrow. As far as troubleshooting goes, once again, don't copy assignments from one course to another. I'm like, how many times should I say this?
Oh, you cannot say it enough because I got multiple emails about
material.
the same thing.
I know, because my district had Canvas and it was always the same thing. Like, you can't copy from course to course in Canvas either. If you're listening and you live in Canvas world, by the way, you can't copy it on Canvas either. That's not a Schoology specific issue. Remember to click edit and enable grading for each video. If you or a student gets an oops message, just try refreshing. It's kind of like when we tell you, did you turn your computer off and on?
Yeah. Is it
Try
on?
refreshing the browser. And if you are using linked class sections, don't touch the section drop-down menu.
Do you know why?
I don't know why.
So when you do click on it, it automatically creates a separate class with no students, and it is a hot mess. You have to go to Edpuzzle, delete the class when you're not going to know which one it is. So you have to go into Edpuzzle, see which one has no students. It's a mess. So no touchy. Do not touch this link section thingy. If you have linked classes, that's a no-no.
And just letting y'all know, when you first connect Edpuzzle to Schoology and you assign an Edpuzzle, if you haven't done that yet, when you connect it, if a student has not opened the assignment, it's going to say, oops, it looks like nobody's here, because nobody has gone in to actually complete the assignment yet. So if you don't see your roster, right, of students fill up right away, it's okay as long as you've linked it, because they won't fill up until students start working in Edpuzzle. Just an FYI, because a lot of people will kind of freak out about that at first too. They'll be like, well, my roster's not showing up even though it's connected, until your students actually complete the Edpuzzle. And like, you could even have one slacker kid who never shows up in Schoology via Edpuzzle because they've never opened the Edpuzzle assignments. So you could even have a kid that still doesn't show up for a while because they haven't done any of the Edpuzzles yet. But once again, if you know that student has done an Edpuzzle and you're worried about them not showing up, you can always email support@edpuzzle.com and they'll get back in touch with you and see where the issue lies. All right. So really quickly, I would like to start on data and differentiation.
Are we doing? What are we doing? I love the fact that nobody has asked for attendance. I love that. So
I know.
I know when attendance is going to happen.
I was like, it's been 28 minutes. I'm not really sure if I should.
I have to show them the YouTube and the Schoology.
Okay. Do you want to do that really quick and we'll come back?
Sure.
Okay.
All right. Let me see. I'll go share.
Steal it away.
Okay. Desktop. I don't need audio. Alrighty, so we have Super YouTube, right? And then if you click on your fabulous picture, at the very bottom, it says restricted mode off. And it is off for teachers because teachers can see everything. but students have strict restricted mode on. So the problem is when you don't know if a video is approved or not approved for students, you create the lesson on, using a YouTube video, and then when your kids log in, they were like, whoops, we can't see it because it's blocked. So this will show you exactly what your students see. Even though you have the power to be a teacher, we're going to put a filter on your account to see what the kids see. So you're going to click on, and notice that here it says activate restricted mode. So when you click that on, it automatically it kind of blinks, and now I can see what students see. Kids will still be able to see like a little preview, but when they click on it, I don't know if this is going to be allowed. Okay. And yeah, it does. So if you click on the video and it gives you that gray and that sad face, that means that the student cannot watch the video. So when you're looking for videos on YouTube, if you do it like this in SciFair, make sure that the student can see the video. And this is how you're going to find out. So when you click on your picture again, notice that now it says restricted mode on. That is the workaround, because before you couldn't really know if it was approved or not approved the video. All right, hello, goodbye. Then let me go back to Schoology. Yeah, your Schoology looks a little different. It has a little red bar. But when you go to courses, you select the course that you want. And then you click add materials, which is what Sarah showed you. And then you click on Edpuzzle. The first time is going to ask you to log in and connect your class. You're going to connect your Edpuzzle account with your SciFair Schoology account. And then you're going to be able to see, I have folders here because, when I was teaching, it was easier to organize my videos. So I have all these videos here that I've done for language. I did this for the cosmetology department, okay? All right, so let's say that I'm going to do, this Edpuzzle Originals, right? So I have the questions already done because you already create the lesson in Edpuzzle, in the Edpuzzle website. You're only assigning it through Schoology with the Schoology app. So you click next. You do want to add the prevent skipping so your students cannot fast forward. You're forcing them to watch the whole thing again. When you click assign, it automatically does it. And you say, ooh, I'm done. No, you're not done. One more step. You do click here, edit. Make sure the consumer key and the share key are empty. Sometimes for some odd reason, there's some numbers that populate and they will give you an error message. So make sure that these two are empty. Then you're going to click enable grading. And when I was testing it out, if you put ungraded, but there's no grades that are gonna come up. So do not pick ungraded. I use pick practice or something else, whatever category is it that you have. And then you click save changes and it works. Now, if you go to the grade book, you're going to see that it automatically created the assignments. And when the Edpuzzle is running on, on the kids' devices, it's going to populate their grades there. It automatically, like automagically. How cool is that? So I don't have any kids, but it will be your students' names will be here. But in the grade book, you will see here. But then Sarah will show you, like, if you go to see the data in Edpuzzle, you can, those reports, you call it the street light reports, right? It looks pretty cool. I love it. I'm like, what do you mean you don't know? Like, look at this. You didn't watch the video completely and I can show you. And the kids were like, oh, shoot. He got me. So, all right, well, that's all I have for you.
All right. Okay, so now let's do a deeper dive into our data and differentiation. So how to use Edpuzzle's data features to differentiate for your class. There she goes. All right. So normally when we're talking about a cycle of differentiation in our classrooms, we're talking about assessing and then identifying the need. So figuring out why we need to differentiate for our students, making a plan. So that is our actual differentiation, and then meeting the need and assessing again to see what other differentiation we need to do. So keep that in mind as we kind of are looking at these data pieces, that we have this cycle of differentiation. So formative assessment like Edpuzzle allows you to track progress in real time. It provides immediate feedback to your students. Your data is also available immediately to you, and you can use these insights to inform instruction. So Manny mentioned that I always call this stoplight data because it's red, yellow, and green. I'm very creative and original, I promise. Okay.
I just call it data.
It's stoplight data, right? So like red tells you when you need to stop. Your yellow is like, these kids might be in the warning zone, right? It's kind of like, well, if you're a driver's ed teacher, you probably tell people to slow down while it's like a stale green. I remember hearing that in driver's ed a lot, right? You don't actually like want to go faster, but for yellow, especially, you want to slow down and take a second look at it. And then your green would be students that are ready to go. So consider using Edpuzzle and formative assessment as a warm-up or a bell ringer. Live mode can be part of your instruction, so you can get really good whole class results by using our live mode. You can also use it for independent practice, as an exit ticket, or as homework. So I always love using it as an exit ticket because one of my schools was starting to use multi-tiered support strategies, aka MTSS. And we used Edpuzzle as an exit ticket a lot to decide who was going to be in the small groups the next day. So it's a really easy way for me to pull like, these 5 kids had red scores in Edpuzzle or scored like red on this question. So I want to pull these 5 kids to my little semicircle desk and talk to them and give them some small group instruction on that topic a second time tomorrow. So it's a really easy way to differentiate and decide who needs that extra help the next day.
I used to pull my kids by, oh, these are my A readers, my B readers. But when you do it like this, it's a lot more meaningful because you're doing it by TEAC, like by standard. Are we doing attendance now?
I think we should.
I can see you.
All right, real quick, and see if we have any questions while we're showing the attendance code.
There's also a link that is the bit.ly Edpuzzle testimonials. We are looking to hear from you guys. So if you can please record a little video for moi, we can make you famous, girl. We can put it in social media. So the link is on the chat, like right there. So, but
so
take
Manny,
attendance.
that's the only link that I have. Is there a link to a presentation I'm supposed to?
We're gonna, well, yeah, we're gonna share it.
Okay,
right?
Perfect.
At the end, because then
all right. All right, guys, here is your code for Manny and Sarah's session on Edpuzzle. It is easy because Edpuzzle is very easy to use. So
Yeah.
make sure you put your secret code in.
It's like peel and stick, that easy.
Yes.
Yeah, and I'm posting the links in the chat. So make sure you are filling out the correct form if you are in district or out of district. Yeah. And then Manny, I know you're looking at the chat, but someone asked a question about live mode.
Yeah, Sylvia got it.
Okay, perfect. Super fast.
Yeah, I know. We have like, I'm kind of manning the chat, but Sylvia is also doing the chat.
That's awesome. That's
right?
support right there. We got 3 Edpuzzlers.
Right?
Fantastic.
Ooh, so if you go to Giphy and you put Edpuzzle, you're gonna see some of the GIFs that we've created.
Ooh,
they're super fun.
Yeah, Edpuzzler is one of them.
So they're asking, should they access it through Schoology? They create their content inside of Edpuzzle, correct?
Yes. So you do everything you create in Edpuzzle, but you don't assign an Edpuzzle. You like don't even create classes or anything in Edpuzzle. Everything is done in Schoology. All the rostering happens in Schoology. So when you go to Schoology, when I show you, you click on materials, you click on the Edpuzzle app, and then that's when you connect your 2 accounts, Schoology and Edpuzzle. So you're gonna go through Schoology and then grab that lesson from Edpuzzle, and it's linked to that class. That's why you can copy it. Like in Lote, what I used to do is I'll give you the lesson, the link, but you have to make a copy in each of the classes. So maybe District is making the Edpuzzles for you, and you click and it opens an Edpuzzle, but you have to click copy, and then you assign in Schoology.
All right.
All right,
Awesome,
well,
thank you.
everyone, we hope that you got the code. And again, it's easy for Edpuzzle, and turn that in so you get credit for this awesome session. So we're back to you guys.
Thanks. All right. So I wanted to give you guys a glimpse at the stoplight data really quick, and hopefully I'll have time to go into a little bit more of the differentiation, although Manny and I think have done a good job of talking about some of those options as we've gone through. So for the stoplight data, this is what you'll see for each of our students. And I can see their grade. I can see when they last watched their Edpuzzle. I can see when they turned it in. And remember, this is through our Schoology window. So even when you're looking at these data pieces, you're going to go to Schoology. The only thing you need to go to edpuzzle.com for is to actually create your Edpuzzle lesson. So I've got each of the percentages watched. And another thing to keep in mind, a lot of times if it's saying it's not turned in, they probably didn't watch all of the video. They have to watch it actually until the end, till the last second.
Yes.
These students may be ready for greater depth or complexity. So I can see that Maya, Agatha, and Ernesto probably are ready to go to the next section. So maybe tomorrow in class, I have an enrichment activity ready for these 3 kids because they're good to go on the topic that we covered in biology yesterday. And then I can see that these students who maybe didn't finish watching the video, so I'm going to be like, George, you need to finish this video tomorrow in class, or you need to finish it for homework tonight. I can really quickly see that Harper needs some extra help because she got a 33. I can see that Charles and Truman also need some extra help during class tomorrow. So I can really quickly glance as soon as they leave the classroom. I can see if I use this as an exit ticket, who needs more instruction, more guided practice, or other supports. Another beauty is that I can click on each question and see the in-depth results. So I can see that 7 out of 8 kids got the role of the Golgi apparatus correct. 5 out of 8 kids didn't realize the organelle that transfers this material. So I've got 5 out of 8 right. So I know that maybe those 3 students I need to pull, and I can figure out where that misconception lies and how to correct it. So in this case, I would obviously return to my question about organelle transfer rather than just the role of a single organelle. So I can see that maybe they don't understand the relationship between the endoplasmic reticulum and the Golgi apparatus. We should really change these GIFs to be something that's not so hard for me to pronounce when I'm doing this. It's a good thing I took biology again in college as my science class. So you've got 6 out of 8 right. I can see really quickly. Does the whole class need to go over this? Probably not, because 6 out of 8 kids got it right. But I've got 2 kids that need to go back over transport vesicles. And from here, I can see exactly who those 2 students are. So I can use my information to spot the misconception, and I can then plan my small group instruction and organize my groups by using the data in my Edpuzzle. So once again, in your case, you're just going to use Schoology to look at the data features. So the only thing you have to do in edpuzzle.com is create your Edpuzzle. Another example, I can look even deeper into the student's results. I can see the number of times the student watched each section of the video. So if I see right here before the red teardrop that they only watched that section that probably contains the answer to the question once, that maybe I need to have a discussion with Charles about rewatching a portion of the video if he needs to figure out what the correct answer is. So I'm identifying his need based on the stoplight data features that I have in Edpuzzle. So
Hey,
once
Sarah,
yeah.
You have 6 minutes.
Okay. So once I've identified the needs, I can make a plan and meet the needs. So here's some ideas for differentiation. Reminder, one of our new fun features is student audio responses. So if you have figured out that maybe the need is that your students are having trouble comprehending or writing the answer, typing the answer themselves, you can enable audio responses. So this is an awesome feature, like Manny was saying, for his like first graders to be able to just speak the answer instead of having to type it. It's also great if you have iPads and you're like tired of your kindergartners taking forever to type something out on an iPad. You can enable the audio response and they can speak the answer. In this case, students can choose to type or record. So you could still tell half your class to type and tell half your class to record. And this is like, you know, do you have kids who are stronger at writing or speaking? Well, then consider using the audio responses to strengthen whatever they're weakest at. Another great differentiation tool that we have is our student project feature. So students can select a video. We don't have the screen recording part open yet, but they can create their own Edpuzzle. They can add questions and notes just like you can, and this can help engage their higher order thinking skills. So those few kids that were green in my stoplight data, maybe tomorrow, while I review with the 8 students that need that extra session on those cell organelles, while I do that with those students, I could have my 3 high flyers go in and create an Edpuzzle video to help their classmates review for the upcoming quiz or the upcoming assessment. This is a great way to create the authentic learning experience, and you can feature the student projects in a class library, or you can even copy them and assign them to the class. Like, what a great way for that student to feel special and important when you have given their student project as the review for the whole class for the assessment. When you assign student projects, you can't assign them in Schoology, but you can still use them with your students. You can create an open class in Edpuzzle, and you can invite students to join using the link, and then they can create the Edpuzzle. So that's the only downside to student projects right now, but super simple. You just do plus, assign, invite students, and share the assignment with them. Another great way to differentiate is by assigning a choice board. So give students choice and voice in how they learn, practice, or demonstrate mastery. It can be an introduction to your concept. It could be guided practice. It can be a way for you to assess and give feedback. And if you make a copy of these slides, I've actually linked our blog post on creating a choice board. So either consider Edpuzzle being a choice on your choice board if you're using a Google Doc as your base, or the Edpuzzle can be your base. And as the students watch the video, they can complete different activities, and you can give them a choice using that note feature that Manny and I highlighted earlier. You can use that note feature and use the hyperlink to link them out to other activities. Another one of our favorite ways to differentiate is using stations. I like went into station while I was saying that word. Introduce or reinforce using stations. If you're lower elementary, we normally call them centers, right? You can call them whatever you want. And it can provide targeted additional practice. So our blog post talks about having 3 different stations, one being a small group of direct instruction with you, one being a group of students completing an Edpuzzle on a digital station, and then another group of students completing a hands-on activity. So that's a great way to kind of let every student play to their strengths as well. Virtual field trips. All of those 360 videos that you can find on YouTube, you can throw into an Edpuzzle and put some reflection questions in there. We also love using our new live mode feature as a way to do a virtual field trip. You can come to class that day and be like, we're all going to go and do live mode and go on a virtual field trip. And once again, here's our live mode. Use with any Edpuzzle assignment. So this actually does work through Schoology. And let me show you how that works. Right.
Well, I don't think we're gonna have time to do that, but they're gonna have the slides. We're gonna be putting the link to the slides. We also have the link to the testimonial. So please, 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 we may come to SciFair and record some of you if you're like, ooh, this is super amazing. So help us out. We're gonna run out of time, and I know they're gonna pop in a little bit. Like they should be turning on their camera now.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you have any questions, reach out to support or the EdTech department, Connie or Danielle. So thank you for having us. And
Thank
it's
you
Sarah.
guys.
Yeah, thank you. I loved seeing all these ideas, all those differentiation ideas that I think some people don't even realize that Edpuzzle can do. So
Yeah.
thank you for sharing all that. I can't wait to go back and like look at the presentation and see all of the great ideas. And thank you to all three of you for answering all those questions inside the chat. You made my job as the facilitator very easy. So thank you for that.
Yeah. See,
Yeah,
Edpuzzle
and
is not
I'm
just
really
video
glad-
questions. A
I'm
lot
really
more than
glad that you guys pointed out the whole Schoology and how easy it is to work in Schoology with it, because that's
Yep.
that's the little confusion we're getting lately, but y'all cleared it all up for us.
And like we said, I mean, obviously Manny is a go-to for you guys because you know him, but the support at edpuzzle.com, they're wonderful at working through the Schoology issues with people too. It's always great too, just keep in mind for you to take a screenshot of like what the error is that you're seeing. If you know how to screenshot your desktop, that's always really helpful too, just so that we know exactly what's going on your end, because they might even know like what the error looks like and exactly what the fix is. So yeah, but thanks for having us.
Yes, thank you guys so much. So we'll be seeing you soon. Bye.
Bye, guys.
See you later. All right, so for our attendees, you are going to have time for a little break. We're going to play the commercial here in just a second, and I will put the link back to our website. So remember, this is a great time to submit that attendance and look at channel A and channel B and decide which session you would like to watch next. Also, don't forget, shout out on Twitter.
Yes, and please use the template that we created for you to where you take a selfie behind your computer so we can see what you're doing and what you're looking at and how much fun you're having today.
We'll see you back here soon at 12.
Google Keep is a great app to use for creating checklists. One quick way to create a new checklist in Keep is to simply press the L key on your keyboard. A new checklist will be automatically created in Keep.
Welcome to EdTechLIVE. We are happy that you are here. I'm Ryan, and this is Tamara.
We'd like to take a moment to welcome you to today's event and give you a little information about what to expect.
New sessions start each hour, and you can stay for the whole event or just watch the sessions that you're interested in seeing. There is a 10 to 15 minute break between each session where you can enter your attendance credit or take care of personal needs. During the live event, you also have 2 sessions to choose from each hour. After the live event, you can watch any of the other sessions on your own time.
During each session, the host will give you a link and a secret code to jot down. This will be the link that you use to access the attendance forms, and you will enter the code into the form. You can keep this form open throughout the event in a separate tab because you'll have to do this for each session. You can still earn attendance credit even if you're watching after the live event. However, you must submit by midnight tomorrow.
Within an hour of submitting your attendance, you should be receiving a response receipt. If you do not receive this email, please resubmit the attendance form and double check to ensure that your email is typed correctly.
We, along with the entire EdTech team, would like to thank you for joining us today and enjoy your session. It will be starting soon.
If you're like me, then you like your workspace to look clean and organized. One way I do that in my Google Drive is to color code my folders. To do this, right-click on the folder you would like to edit. Hover over Change Color, then select a color from the options that Google provides. You can take this a step further and color code any folders within the folder to match. Google Keep is a great app to use for creating checklists. One quick way to create a new checklist in Keep is to simply press the L key on your keyboard. A new checklist will be automatically created in Keep.
Welcome to EdTechLIVE. We are happy that you are here. I'm Ryan, and this is Tamara.
We'd like to take a moment to welcome you to today's event and give you a little information about what to expect.
New sessions start each hour, and you can stay for the whole event or just watch the sessions that you're interested in seeing. There is a 10 to 15 minute break between each session where you can enter your attendance credit or take care of personal needs. During the live event, you also have 2 sessions to choose from each hour. After the live event, you can watch any of the other sessions on your own time.
During each session, the host will give you a link and a secret code to jot down. This will be the link that you use to access the attendance forms, and you will enter the code into the form. You can keep this form open throughout the event in a separate tab because you'll have to do this for each session. You can still earn attendance credit even if you're watching after the live event. However, you must submit by midnight tomorrow.
Within an hour of submitting your attendance, you should be receiving a response receipt. If you do not receive this email, please resubmit the attendance form and double check to ensure that your email is typed correctly.
We, along with the entire EdTech team, would like to thank you for joining us today and enjoy your session. It will be starting soon.
All right, we're back, and I hope you are still with us for the last session of the day because it is going to be a doozy. We have Scott Nunes, who's with us from the Canva team. Prior to his move to Canva in Austin, he was an ELA teacher and an instructional tech coach in California. Now he supports teachers and schools around the world using one amazing tool instead of 100 that he was running around trying to do. So we're so happy that he's with Canva now. And a quick reminder, if Scott's going to show you a couple of things. So do you remember how to do the screen share? If not, I can just share my screen real quick.
Yeah, so the easiest way to do
Yeah.
it is just to use your Windows and arrow key, but I'm sure Scott can show that as well. And there, I saw Scott pop in.
Yay!
Scott, there he is. Yes.
Yeah, because I don't want to mess up my feed and everything else. So Scott's going to show you real quick so you can work along with him. But thank you so much, Scott, for showing up with us.
I'm super excited. Thank you so much for having me. Is my audio coming in clear?
Yes.
Okay.
We're going to go ahead and sign off.
I do have the instructions here for how to split your screen for anybody that's jumping in. Thanks so much for coming today. I really appreciate it. If you can't tell, I'm super excited. I had loads of coffee this morning, so it's going to be a wild ride. So quick check to split your screen. Go ahead and just use the Windows key and move one window with the left arrow key. Select your other window, hit Windows and to the other arrow key. So I usually go left and then go right, just to keep things nice and neat. And yes, I am Scott Nunes, super pumped to be here. Thanks for spending your Saturday with us here at EdTechLIVE 2022. And today we are going to talk about 10 Canva tips, but I will, I guess, be open to going off the rails and curtail everything we have going on to, you know, meet your needs as well. So if there's something you want to see in particular, I can try and demo that as well. So feel free to jump in the chat and let me know if there's something you want to see. If you want this presentation, you can find it at bit.ly/EdTechLIVE Canva. Here we go, folks. Let me know in the chat, what do you want to learn today? What are some pro tips you want to learn so we could talk? I'll still give you my 10 pro tips, but we could talk about Canva video. We could talk about using Canva in the classroom with students, how to amplify student voice through student choice. We could do things like that. We could talk about just what are the real basics? How do you change colors? How do you change text? How do you do the sweep background remove like I did right here on the bottom left corner of the chat here? And if you're just along for the wild ride that is Canva, we can just go according to plan, and that's no problem at all. At Canva, we work hard to be a force for good and to empower others. So that's what I'm here to do today. I think we are going according to plan based upon what I'm seeing in the chat. Once again, I'm Scott Nunes, a district engagement advocate for Canva. So I'm here to support you with PD at the school and district level. Reach out to me if you have any suggestions for Canva. You just want to let me know how you're using Canva. I want to see all those beautiful use cases, especially when it involves students using it. I want to hear how you're applying this in your school, your district. And you can follow me on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook at Mr. Nunes Teach. Quick rundown of today's agenda. I'm going to give you a brief overview of Canva for Education, then show you how to get started by keeping it simple, followed by some activities. And then we'll talk about making the most with Canva with with some pro moves. And that's where the 10 tips are going to come in. And then I have a collaboration activity scheduled, followed by some Q&A. So stay tuned for that. So if you have a question, put it in the chat right now. I'll try and get to it throughout, and then we'll definitely have a small little chunk at the end, and you can always reach out. My contact information is in the slide deck as well. So it's bit.ly/EdTechLIVE Canva. So let's get started with Canva for Education. What is it? We're offering so much right now. I almost feel like it's easier to say what it isn't offering because we cover so much. But essentially, Canva is a super powerful visual design and communications tool. I love to say, if you can dream it, you can create it in Canva. And I feel confident in saying that as a former classroom teacher, ed tech coach, and graphic designer of 20 plus years. And what's great about this tool is you're getting something so powerful. It's, an industry level tool. I kid you not. And guess what? The lift isn't very heavy. Anybody can do this. You don't have to be a graphic design pro like myself with 20 plus years. We've designed Canva to make everyone look like a pro. My 5-year-old designed some pretty amazing stuff, and his grandmother designed some pretty amazing stuff. So we have the whole spectrum. Basically, as soon as you can work with a tablet or device, we've got you. It's really intuitive, and that's what I love about Canva. And of course, this part, it was so hard to transition from the classroom, to transition from doing what I love, being an ed tech coach and instructional coach and supporting a virtual school and alt ed, adult ed, and all the things I was doing, coaching. But I came over because what's great about Canva is it's 100% free for schools and districts that are K-12. And not only is it free now, it's a lifetime of free goodness. So that's not going away. Everything we offer, from our PD to the product to our support, is all free for K-12 schools. So what's included? Well, you get 60,000 plus templates to help you rock and roll in your classroom, in your school or district, specifically geared toward education there. And then what you get, the big difference between like a free standard Canva account that anyone in the world can get, your mom, your grandma, sister, brother, neighbor down the street, church group, you get access to millions of photos, videos, audio files, and graphics. That's where that piece comes in. If you can dream it, you can create it with Canva. And guess what? You can do that on any device. I've been in a pickle before where I needed a poster, needed some business cards when I was on the go. I just popped over to Canva, did my designs, sent it over to the printer, and boom, I was all set to go. And I've had students type their essays on their phone using tools like this. So I'm a big advocate for student voice, student choice, and this allows that, and for any type of user. And in this comparison chart, you can quickly see some of the bolstered differences that you get with Canva for Education. And if you get a Canva for Education school-wide or district-wide account, additionally, we add in advanced admin control, so you can turn things on, turn things off, like third-party apps, social media, turn off the video feature, turn it on. You can get advanced data and analytics to see who's using Canva, how are they using it, when are they using it, all those great analytics so that your data informed. And you can even micro teach with that, which is really great. We have a district-wide or school-wide brand kit, which is awesome. So you can take all your cool logos, messaging, and then make that accessible to all your staff across the district to make sure your messaging is clear and everybody is aligned And again, it's all 100% free for K-12 teachers, students, staff, and schools. So let's get started with the basics and going beyond. The best place to start is on the homepage, searching up something like an educational template, getting started with some simple edits, finding a design. I'm going to model this in a moment with an About Me design, change the text, the colors, add some photos, move some graphics around, and let's do that right now. So I'm going to get out of this presentation and jump on over to my Canva home screen. I'm going to model what this looks like, type in About Me, gravitate over towards the About Me presentations and select one of these right here. I really like this. Green is my favorite color. So I'm going to come over here and make this an About Me slide. So I'm going to start adding in my facts. I'm changing in the text. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and add that. And I'm just going to throw in my email if anyone needs anything. So snunes@canva.com. Here's my social media handle again. So if you want to sign up your school or district or just get some more information or chat about the product, email me right here and I'll take care of you. I'll give you the Cypress Fairbanks EdTechLIVE exclusive treatment, which is essentially the same great treatment I give everybody, but you'll be getting that too. And a little bit about me. Let me come over here. Let me grab some text. Let's find something I like over here. I'm going to scroll. I don't quite like this one. Here we go. I like this. So I'm going to add this in. I'm going to put this off to the side. I'm going to put 3 facts about me. Fun, friendly, helps if I can spell, right? Friendly, and I'm going to put easygoing. I'm going to adjust this, move this over. Just put my name in there again for good measure, Scott Nunes. Boom. So it's not that hard. And let's say I don't like these colors. I can come over here. I can change them. I can come over to this background, change that color. Like, this is a little funky with this red here. It really doesn't go. I can come over to styles. I can use a palette that I've set up. I've had that, but what you'll have access to is you're going to have these different font and color sets. So I can go to one like this. I really like this one. It's one of my favorites, and I like that it's first. And let's say I don't like that color combination. I really like Brazil, and this reminds me of Brazil, so I would leave this, but I'm going to demo the different looks. This one's pretty smooth too. And this one's really nice. And this is what I mean. You don't have to be a design pro to look like a pro. How professional does this look? This is one clean graphic, and it didn't take me long. It took me less than 5 minutes to do it. That's what I love about Canva, especially with introducing it to students. It doesn't have to be like this whole period long activity. You can just come in, do what you need to do. It works great as a bell ringer activity. And at the end of the presentation, I'm going to give you a whole bunch of different class and district and school-wide uses for all of your users to help you just kind of ideate and go off the rails here. So I'm going to jump back into the presentation here, and let's pause and take a moment and do attendance. I'm going to throw up that slide here in just a moment. Okay, so we're going to take a couple of minutes. Let's do attendance right now.
All right, here it comes. Thank you, Scott. I've been watching the chat. There's not really any questions that you haven't answered, so you're doing a fantastic job.
No, thank you so much.
All right, friends, the chat is up, or the attendance code. is up.
And it is design, because Scott is designing some amazing things for us in the Canva presentation. So your code word is design. Make sure you fill that in. We'll leave it for a couple minutes. And if anybody has any questions, you can put it in the chat and we'll get it to Scott either now or by the end of the presentation.
Yeah, definitely throw your questions in. We can demo some of this stuff live. I can answer any of your technical questions or questions about how to get Canva, how to sign up, how to bring it to your school, your district, your classroom.
Perfect. So we put the links in the chat to get out to attendance, but remember, you can just write down this secret code word and you can always fill out attendance after the event is over. So you don't have to miss anything. Just write down that code and you have until Sunday at midnight to submit your attendance.
Can they watch some other ones too?
They absolutely can. You can get up to 8 hours of PD credit. So you could watch all the sessions from both of the channels as long as you do that and submit the attendance before midnight tomorrow night. Great opportunity.
Right. And if you're just joining us for Canva, you've been over in room A, you've missed some other great presentations. We've had some really good things along with Scott. So make sure you come with these links and look at those sessions and get you some credit and learn some stuff for your kids. All right. I think we're going to go ahead and let Scott go because he's got a lot to share.
I am all set. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I really appreciate that. I'm going to go right back here and here we go. We got our attendance done. Normally what I might do in a session like this is do a little thing called Stump the Chump, where folks are challenged to challenge me and have me create a Canva design of their choice in 1 minute or less. So as we're kind of going through some of these examples, think about what you might have me do and put it in the chat. So I'll go through these slides for a few minutes and then I'll do a quick Stump the Chump. And you could see if you can stump me and prevent me from creating a custom design in Canva in less than a minute. And I do that to showcase how easy it is to use and how quickly you can create something, because right now, especially with the pandemic, right, time is so precious and Canva is so adaptable to a highly efficient workflow within the classroom. It stacks well with whatever you're doing in terms of frameworks, standards like TEKS. If you're visiting from a different area, right, you can apply your own standards. I used to be in California. We use the Common Core standards. Any kind of standard or framework or pedagogical construct will work within Canva. And I challenge you to try it, because if you can dream it, you can create it in Canva. And here's what some students created. They took the infographic on the left and they applied it to the assignment. They had to go in and do an infographic on a famous person. This example is from Albert Einstein, and look how they dressed it up. They did an animated image in there. They changed the frames that are in there. They moved some text around and they applied it to their assignment. When we're talking about the SAMR model, this is really going beyond just a simple replacement. This is where you can really get to those higher levels of like depth of knowledge questions. You can embed those in here and you can incorporate the 4 C's, especially the creativity, the collaboration and communication pieces. And it takes some critical thinking to do this, but it's not such a heavy lift that all of your students won't be able to do that. We've taken out all of the barriers so you can just jump in, have some fun, free goodness. And I love that about Canva. Here's the second great example This teacher went in and just had her students design custom bookmarks with their name, and it didn't take a lot of time. And so here's a little inspiration for you. If you're at the elementary level, you could try something like this. Let's say there's some dead time, maybe after testing, or maybe you're coming back from break or going into break, and there's a little pocket of time that you need to fill. That's the perfect time to explore with Canva and go off the rails a little bit and just have your kiddos explore. It's so fun. Here's another great idea, and I have the instructions in here. You can always come back to it. But the worst presentation ever, rather than having them create the best presentation, right? Start off by having them create the worst presentation. Have them come in, search presentation, or give them one, and you can load this in your LMS if you use Schoology, Google Classroom, Canvas, or any of the others like Blackboard Learn. You can do it with any of them, Seesaw included, and have them search that up, and then have them deconstruct it, make the fonts clash, make the colors clash, change the different sizes, put in images that overlap and are super distracting. And it doesn't have to take a long time. And then have them do a quick report. Why did they pick what they picked? I guarantee you're going to knock it out of the park with an activity like that. If you want more ideas, you want to up your EdTech Canva game, visit our design school. It's designschool.canva.com. And if you want to attend an event, a webinar like this, where we scale up your learning, go ahead and go to that same address, but go /events. So, are you ready? This is the demo time. So, I'm going to go out of this screen and just go to my Canva homepage here and clear that out. And I'm going to put in a doc type. Let's do a book cover. And then in the chat, I'll give you about 30 seconds to a minute. Let me know some colors, some images, a theme that you would want me to create a book cover for. Maybe it's a story about a cat, or a cat and a dog, cat, dog, and bird. Maybe it's a love story. Maybe it's a story of spring break goodness. And then give me some colors. Throw those in the chat for me. I'm going to build this off of that. Okay. Give you about 15 more seconds. Okay, I'm gonna go with red, purple, orange, and the beach, trees, and sand. Okay, let's go with that. So red, purple, orange, beach, trees, and sand. I'm starting my timer. Look at your clock, start your timer. Here we go. Okay, I gotta find something here. I'm gonna come into this one. It has some of the colors I like. Type in a spring break story. Put in my name, Scott Nunes, and I'm gonna change this scene. Let's see, that's one whole image, so I gotta come up here. Orange. This one. Let's apply this. Okay. Put in the beach. Let's put this in a spring break story. I got some trees. I'm going to move this to the back. There we go. And oh, and here's some sand. Okay, and then I am going to do rectangle. I'm going to apply orange here. You know what? I'll do red. I'm going to make this transparent, add a little red. We need a stronger red. Let's Okay, and let's duplicate this. Move this up here. And make it purple. There we go. Took me a little touch over a minute. So you all beat me this time, but you could still see how quickly I was able to create something on the fly. It doesn't have to take a lot of time, and you can make it look beautiful. I'm going to jump back into the presentation here. And I think for right now, we'll go ahead and we'll skip this activity, but I want to show it to you. This is a collaboration activity. I want to showcase what it would look like, but I'm not quite ready to test this and see how many people we can get in with so many folks. It may be a little difficult to collaborate, but I want to come over. This would work perfect for a staff PD or in your PLC group, work great with students as well. So I've gone ahead, and I know not everybody's gone on break, or some folks have gone on break. So I'm thinking whichever break is coming up, you're going to vote on which of these scenarios you would go for. And this is gonna, hypothetically, let me know a little bit more about you. And it's a nice, fun activity, especially if you're going into a break, coming out of a break. This is great. And you get to find out a lot of surprising facts about students, staff, or your audience. And so what I've done here is I've just simply put two juxtaposed, there we go. That's what I get for picking too fancy of a word. Juxtaposed ideas. So mountains or beach. I have, do you like to swim or run for all of our fitness folks? Watch a movie or read? Do work or sleep? Right? Always seems like we probably want to sleep, but we may have to work, or stay home or travel. So I know in my family, I love to travel, but my wife and kiddos, they like to stay home. So there's definitely always a competition there with that. And then what I've done is I've gone ahead and I put some approved icons in here, and users can come in, copy it, make a copy, and paste it. So that would be my vote. And you can even put in some animated options as well. So I know my family's choice would be yes here, and mine would be over there. So it's really easy. It's really fun. You'll have access to this as well. So feel free to use this template within your classroom, your staff meetings, PLCs, however you see it fitting. Feel free to change the theme to swap out images. You just click over here. You can come to photos. Let's say I don't like this travel photo. I can come over here, type in travel, and look at how many images we have. So these will typically load faster. I really like this one too. And I can put that in. Like, that's an awesome travel photo. I like that. I'm going to switch it back though. And so you can do that. You can swap out these icons to add those in. I just put check mark. You can see it was in my recent searches, and I grabbed some from there, or thumbs up. It would help if I could spell it right. There you go. And let's say you don't like these colors or they clash. You can just come up here. You can use our dropper. Maybe I want a pink thumbs up. Oh, that doesn't fit. Maybe I can make it a little darker, brighter, lighter, and I can change all of those things. I can also select from my brand colors, right? So that theme, or I can just pick a custom color. I'm going to go ahead and undo those. I'm going to jump back in the presentation here. So that's what it could look like in a live classroom setting. Yeah, if you have any questions, be sure to put them in the chat for me. I am watching. If you see me looking kind of over to the left here, it might be the right on your screen, depending on if my screen's mirrored or not. I can't remember. I have another screen just with your questions so I can make sure I get to those. And let's talk about enhancing the experience. So I've given you some tools already. So we went over the Canva basics, what Canva is, how to do it. We've worked on how to jump in and collaborate. I like when I'm showing folks how to do things, I like to follow a SIOP method, like an I do, we do, you do method. So just pretend that we did something together, and then I'm going to give you a little bit of homework or a flipped classroom experience, and I want you to share out on social media and tag me at Mr. Nunes Teach all the cool stuff you're creating or have created with Canva. So you got some work to do. This presentation isn't going to be it. And so I like to say here at this point, let's add some pieces of flair to let them know you care. So here are some things you can do. With our school and district programs, you can go ahead and assign feedback to your students, and you can add these digital stickers in, and feel free to create your own, add those in, your own little graphics, maybe a combination of graphics. You like to stack things and make your own stickers. Hey, go for it. Some of us love to start with a template. Some of us love to just start from a blank slate. Whichever type of designer you are, go for it. And this is a great way to give students quick feedback with a boost of fun and flair. Another one is this draw tool. This thing is really sweet. Keep in mind here in this demo, I'm not using a stylus here, I'm using a trackpad. So if you're using a stylus or using a mouse, you can do better. And something I've learned since this was made is if you zoom in where you want to draw, the tool will give you smoother circles and straighter lines. So this is 100% view, but if I zoomed in maybe to 200 to 300% on where I was making these markings, then those lines would be clearer and straighter. And so this draw tool still is in beta, so we are making improvements to the tool as we speak, but right now it's great as is, and it's only going to get better from here. So when I talk about going off the rails with Canva, now you can really pretty much do anything you can dream in Canva. And I love that. I had my own graphic design business when I was 14. So bringing this tool into the hands of students everywhere, something I am extremely passionate about. I had a student when I was teaching in February of 2020, right before the pandemic, who took Canva, designed their own logo, and put it on hoodies and t-shirts, sold 60 hoodies, 40 t-shirts, and raised over $2,500 for Ronald McDonald House. So even if you aren't feeling the most comfortable with the design tool like this, just put it in front of your students and let them show you how they can use it. They are amazing. Another sweet feature is our video editor. And what goes along with that would be our audio editor. And I have to tell you, we just added an audio fade in, fade out attribute, and that's amazing. You could do podcasts, vlogs, video casts, video presentations with this. You can include some B-roll. So if you don't have video that's ready to go, or you need to be a little more cognizant of your students, maybe you can't have them share their faces and things like that, come into our library and just search video and maybe type in a keyword like student video and use what we have there. Remember, we have over 75 million photos, graphics, video files, and audio files for you to use, and they're all high quality. Here are some of my Canva pro moves for you. So here are some basic things. When working with students and staff, it's important that you share things properly. We have 4 options, and things may look a little different on your end. So if you don't see that publish as a template, just go to more and you can share it out that way as well. But we have share link to view. That's the type of link you're going to get today for this presentation. There's also share link to comment. So people can comment only on a design, right? You're only getting feedback. This is great with sharing with your peers and your PLCs, your grade alikes, sharing on social media if you want to get feedback, to where no element of your design is changing, but folks can take it and give you that necessary feedback. And a student can even share out to you like that. And they can also share where you can edit. This is where you can come in and give that feedback that I showed. You can place those digital stickers with that. You can collaborate in this environment, like that collaboration activity I showed you earlier, or you can simply share it out as a template. So making templates for others to use. It creates their own version of whatever file you're sharing out. So if it's a Google Classroom header, maybe you have a great Google Classroom header, Schoology header, Canvas header, or course design, you could share that out. Maybe a quote of the day. We're in National Poetry Month. Maybe you want to share out some quotes, some poems, some templates you've done for social media, share them with your fellow teachers and staff. You could totally do that within Canva. So I love that. So this is where you're really going to amplify your designs. If you're using Microsoft Teams or Google Classroom, you can share directly right into there. Or if you have the school and district account, you can also share to your LMS, depending on which one you have. And if you have more questions on that, feel free to engage with me at Mr. Nunes Teach on social media, or email me at snunes@canva.com. Again, you can comment on designs. We've seen that. You can tag people and assign things. So when you're collaborating, you can say, hey, come in. Can you edit this? Can you do this to your audio? Can you strip this video of your audio? I can hear you in the background, right? Maybe that happened. You're working on a joint presentation. Maybe you're working on a bond initiative to get some more funds for your school because you're having Californians like me come and just boost all your school numbers, and you're growing at such a fast rate, and you need the support from your community to keep providing the great level of education that you all are working hard to do. Teachers have big hearts, and those at Cypress Fairbanks, shout out to you all, because everything's bigger here in Texas, as they say. And I have found for myself that teacher hearts are bigger in Texas. It doesn't mean that teachers all around the world don't absolutely rock, because they do. That's why I'm so passionate about education. And even though I transitioned from the classroom to work for a private company like Canva, there's no way I could leave education. It's the best place, and teachers have the biggest hearts. So shout out to you all. You are truly amazing, and I'm still in it to win it with you all. I'm still somewhat fresh. I came over in October, so keep that in mind. I do have a fresh perspective at various levels. If you need any guidance, and even if it's not Canva related, just reach out and let me know. I'm here to help. Now, with working with others, setting up your workflow, working in your district, setting up groups and folders is going to be huge. So if you have 5 different sections of math, guess what? I recommend you set up a group, or maybe you have grade alikes and you teach a couple different sections. So I had that. I taught sophomore English, I taught freshman English. You can make a group for 9th grade English, 10th grade English, and you can put files and folders so you can share designs as well. We also have this PDF import, which is so rad. So you can do anything you can do pretty much in any other PDF editor, but you could do it in Canva. So no longer is there a need to jump out, edit a PDF. Let's say you need to sign something, bring it in, use the draw tool and sign. And that works. And then you can ship it back out to where you need to get it. And so I use this a lot. I had a lot of old pamphlets, flyers, brochures, brought them into Canva, dressed them up a bit, and now they're better than ever. So I recommend you try that as well. I know we have about 5 more minutes and we're going to jump right into our Canva pro tips. This is the bread and butter. I talked about the background remover. This works not just for social media and cool graphics, but layer on different things. I had an admin from Florida go in, take a picture of himself at the conference we were at, and then get a picture of his school, and he layered the picture of himself over the image of the school. You couldn't even tell that that wasn't the original. It fit so well. You'll look like a pro. For teachers and admin, I highly recommend you use Canva for your parent teacher newsletters. It's so quick and easy, especially if you're in a jam. We've taken out all the guesswork. As you can see here, this is just a quick scroll, and there's a plethora of designs to choose from. And you can always use the style feature on the side to access that. If you don't see it, you just go down on the left side, go to more, select styles, and design away. Presentations, this is one of the top features. We have thousands upon thousands of designs. Don't forget, you have 60,000 education specific templates within Canva that you get with a Canva for Education account. And then infographics, so many choices. This is one I did related to CAD design and 3D printing. So if you work for a CTE or alt ed program, guess what? Canva's for you too. Canva's for everyone. All users of all ages. I've used it in special ed courses as well. Anyone can use it. You can use it for PE. Have students do a video presentation of themselves playing a sport or adapting a sport like pickleball. Have them put their own spin on pickleball or on tennis or racquetball, soccer, football, you name it. You can do it in Canva. So here's some digital posters. I also recommend it for student certificates. So this keeps things fun. And then printed posters as well. And I'm going to show you a real life example of that. This came from Dr. Randall Sampson. Shout out to him. And if you're attending the Wakelet session with my good friend Amy, right? He's also a Wakelet ambassador on top of being a Flipgrid ambassador, and huge fan of Canva as well. So all of these were designed in Canva by students, and then he went ahead and printed them directly from Canva. So if you didn't know, you can print in Canva. You can do posters, shirts, mugs, signs, yard signs. Really, if you can dream it, you can create it in Canva. You can do your virtual class kits, group work activities, talking presentations, video presentations, and more. And here's where you can go off the rails. Here's how you can amplify outcomes with Canva. I really want to thank everyone who's come today. I'm not seeing any questions in the chat, but if you have any, put those in the chat for me. Let me know. You can also email me at snunes@canva.com. Thank you so much for joining me for EdTech Live today. I'm Scott Nunes. You could follow me on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook at Mr. Nunes Teach. Y'all have been awesome. Thanks for being amazing. Thank you for doing what you're doing. Let me know how I can support you. And I appreciate you all. You are truly amazing. And thank you, Cypress Fairbanks, for this amazing opportunity to share out about Canva.
Thank you so much, Scott. That was such an awesome presentation. Everyone here on our EdTech team loves Canva, and it was just so nice to have you here with us. And I think we're going to have you back, right?
We're hoping
Yeah.
that you'll be able to come and be a part of our digital learning conference. So
Yes, yes, because a lot of teachers don't realize all the cool things that they can do with Canvas. So with you, here today and for DLC, we'll be all set.
And Scott, can you just
Yes.
clarify? Because one thing was in the chat about educators get free access to all the premium features of Canva, correct?
Yes. So educators, you just go to canva.com/education to sign up, or you can email me directly at snunes@canva.com and let me know that way as well. And I can help you sign up your school and district. I don't have a lot of dealings with the individual accounts. That's our broader team. But I specialize in the school and district rollouts. And there are some additional features you get with that, like single sign-on is super easy. So you're not having to invite kiddos in. They're already rostered. So that's a big difference. You don't have to create your classes, especially if you use an LMS, right? It pulls from the LMS and vice versa. So there's all these interactions, and then unlimited data storage as well for our schools and districts. And then we're completely COPPA and FERPA compliant. So student data privacy is a huge thing. Security, right? We've got you.
Yeah, I
Awesome.
was really excited. I saw on Twitter the other day about how Canva does stop motion. And my social studies team has been asking about that. And I was like, oh my goodness, I'm so excited. So I'll probably be hitting you up for a little bit more on
Yeah,
that.
definitely. And I do a presentation too, where I show how easy it is to do a PSA video or commercial in 15 minutes. So we go through just kind of like the chump activity I did. I have folks just randomly tell me what they kind of want. We go with the theme, we kind of go with some colors, we go through the verbiage. It's a little interactive that way. And then by the end, we have a commercial, and we do it all with Canva assets. I'm not bringing anything in. We take the elements within Canva, whether it's video or graphics, and put those in. We use the Canva fonts, and then we have a commercial that looks like a professional commercial.
Wow.
So that's pretty sweet.
That is sweet.
Yeah, because that's the thing. It's, educators are having a hard enough time these days without having to app smash a bunch of different things. So if they can go a one-stop shop with Canva, that's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Well-
And I know there's lots of tools out there. So if you are an app smasher, you can do that within Canva too. Or like you said, it's a one-stop shop. You can really do it all in here.
Well, great. You'll be hearing from us.
Yes. Thank you so much for your time today. And we appreciate you sharing everything Canva.
Appreciate y'all too. Thank you.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye. And for our people, just to remind you that you can still go back and watch the sessions. You can get up to 8 hours of PD credit just for watching these sessions and getting the code and submitting the attendance by midnight tomorrow. Okay. Don't email us on Monday morning because we'll say, too bad, sorry. So we're giving you extra time to watch all the way until tomorrow at midnight. And our next event for EdTech Live is on
December 3rd. And if you enjoyed today, it's going to probably be even better by that time. It's December 3rd, 2020. So save the date.
2022.
2022. Where am I at? Where am I at?
You went back to you.
Nobody wants to remember 2020.
that was a tough time,
right?
But 2022. So yes, put that on your calendar. We're giving you plenty of notice to do that. We also have our DLC event happening. It will be live, just like this, virtual on July 26th and 27th. We are still looking for presenters. The call for presenters closes on April 15th. So you have a little bit more time to submit. We would love to have you. So our website is bit.ly/scifair DLC. I'm going to also put it in the chat just in case anyone's still hanging out with us. But we appreciate you being with us today. Woohoo!
And we're going to go ahead and put that live, the sessions, so you can go back and get some information on how you can watch the other ones in room A or any of the ones you missed today. But Danielle, I think that's a wrap.
I think it's a wrap.
Woo! Woo!
Have a good day, everyone.
Bye.